Y'all ready? Let's fucking go. Oh, I hated that. I will continue as Frankie. Because that's me. Oh, wait, I'm off. Hold on. I just realised my capture's off. How rude. Ah, it's loud. Which is for me. Right. Can I... Huh? Hey, meow. I'm just turning the volume down a little bit. Hopefully that's okay. About me. Alright. Hey, Ulpius.
Shalom.
Shalom.
Don't you just love springtime?
Who are you gonna vote for?
Sentius, I suppose.
Would you consider voting for Galarian?
Galerius, the farmer. He's a good man, but I think he's more valuable on the farm than as magistrate.
Okay, I must have already told him that. Do you remember Gallius saying something about someone reaching for fruit? Forever reaching for fruit. Can't just be a coinky dink. Oh, wait! I remember I have to go into the cistern. But also, there's like... Is it up there? I'm gonna go up here, hold on. There's a bit where there was like some vines to like walk over, and now I've got the golden bow. I can go over that. Can I? No, I don't think it would let me go up the way. This way. Yeah, it's like to get over there. Flashlight. She weeps where the water flows. I've just been down there, haven't I? 'Cause that's the farm. Yeah. How much money do I have? Hold on. I think I'm gonna have to maybe do something else. I don't know. Should we go check out the cistern? Should be creepy. Alright. I hope I heal over time, do I? fingers crossed, I guess. Don't want to go all the way down there, that's just back to the farm. Well. What do we think? Cistern? Or we have... Wait, that's quests. We go ask the priestess about, Livia? The priestess is... Equitia?
Don't you just love springtime?
No, not really. Is she the priestess? Who are you?
Salve.
Virgil.
Ah, a new face. Salve, and welcome to a little community.
Is a
My
Frenchman.
name's impossible to pronounce for most people, so you can just call me Virgil. I hear we have you to thank for saving Julia's life. I'm glad you arrived when you did.
Notice a graffiti. Why does someone think you're a sinner?
Look, I haven't done anything wrong, if that's what you're thinking. Somebody just has a problem with my preference for male company.
You like men?
Hey, nothing gets by you, huh? Sorry, that was mean. Yes, I like men. And
Okay,
when
cool.
you grow up in the north, as I did, in the city of Noviomagos, you expect a bit of hostility. The Batavi are not known for their tolerance. I saw enough friends
Tolerance.
killed or driven away to know the cost of not keeping your personal affairs to yourself. So I hid who I was for, what was it, nearly 10 years? Watching what I said and where I looked. But that kind of fear eats away at you slowly, until living isn't any better than the thing you were afraid of. Needless to say, since I'm now living underground, halfway across the known world, with an assumed name, my openness didn't go down well among the enlightened folk of the Batavi.
Sorry to hear that.
Nice of you to say, but not necessary. In any case, the Romans are far more accepting, and among them, I get to be who I am. Or at least I thought that was the case. It seems I was wrong.
Do you know who's writing the graffiti?
It's not just graffiti. I have quite a collection of handwritten notes too. The strange thing is, I keep my personal affairs to myself. I've never really been interested in any of the men here. Not my type. So I'm not sure what I could have done to upset this person. If I had to guess, I'd say it's probably one of those
Oh, pardon me.
cultists.
Cultists?
Strange bunch. They insist there's only one God, and that he considers my nature
Oh, the
a
Christians.
sin. Can you believe that? If there are any of them here, they won't admit it. Not since they supposedly burnt down half of Rome last year and went into hiding. All I know is, if these threats keep escalating, eventually my secret admirer is going to cross a line and break the golden rule.
Let me look into it for
What?
you.
Really? I didn't expect that. But thanks. It's always a pleasure to meet someone so selfless. I'm glad you arrived when you did. I'd start by figuring out who the cultists are. Or maybe ask around among the merchants here. Someone who lives or works in the forum must have seen something. But if you find them, please don't hurt or humiliate them. I suspect they're just confused.
See what I can do. Who you gonna vote for?
Well, Cynthia seems to know what he's doing. Nobody's broken the golden rule under his watch so far.
Anything I can do to change that?
My vote isn't for sale, if that's what you're asking. Nice to talk to you.
Oh. Sorry, I lost grip with my mouse there. Stop looking at me! Ooh, priestess is here. Hi.
A new face. Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit?
What's the start of
It
the
must be
election?
completed by dusk, just the same as any other
Don't you
official
just love
business.
springtime?
It'll be between Sentius, the incumbent, and Galerius, the challenger. Why do you ask?
Yes, they can. Hold on, I'll allow that. Who's allowed to
All
vote?
of the male citizens who are willing and able to attend, unless they're running, of course.
The women can't vote?
That's just the way it's always been, I'm afraid. It never sat right with me, either. There are some women who can vote, Vestal priestesses like myself. But in this case, given my role overseeing the election, I've decided to abstain. I can't allow the perception that I'm being anything but fair and independent. But if it's any consolation, there are other ways to
Put my
influence
AirPods in.
the outcome of an election.
Such as?
By using whatever gifts the gods gave you. Nothing untoward, of course.
Of course. We start the election
As
now?
I said, I'm planning to hold it before dusk. But I suppose I could hold it sooner, if there's a good reason.
Holding it early may prevent conflict between the voters.
Yes, I have overheard
I
some
wanna see what
rather
happens.
unpleasant arguments. The last thing we need here is additional conflict. Very well. I'll get things started right away.
Oh god. Where did Dices go? Yeah, I know. Oh. What's up here? Ooh. Nice. Whole bunch of money. Nice. We love money.
Citizens, we have a quorate body of
Thank goodness for those little flies everywhere. I would just never know what to look for anything. I have a feeling I'm gonna have to go back.
and late nominee Gaius Galerius Helver. Marcus Malleolus Gurges withdrew his candidacy earlier today. As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius,
Galerius. He saved the life of my dear friend Fabia.
Dacius,
Sentius.
Virgil,
Cynthius.
Oh no.
Ulpius,
Galerius, the man who saved my life.
Rufius.
Did he?
Sentius.
I saved your life, dick.
Citizens, you have made your decision. Sextus Sentius Imperiosus.
My fellow citizens, you've placed your trust in me once again, and you won't regret it. I vow that Each day henceforth will be just like this one, and I will deliver.
You and your rival, whatever your name is, you're responsible for this, aren't you? Nobody
Maybe.
likes Cap and Murday foreigners interfering in an election.
Shut up and let the magistrate speak.
Malleolus is going to be magistrate by the end of the day.
You have no idea what you're doing. You're going to get us all killed.
Just stay out of our way, and we won't have a problem.
Wait, I will not allow you to do this.
You're showing your true colors now, priestess. Your corruption sickens me. Domitius, ignore her. Proceed.
This is insanity. You'll doom us all.
Lies. It is time the golden rule was exposed
Oh
for
dear.
what it is.
Yep.
A children's fable, exploited by a treacherous leader to instill fear in all of us.
The golden rule is real, you idiot.
Shut up, all of you. The magistrate has spoken. I'm going to enjoy killing you, old man.
Death of Marcus.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Alright, off we go. Can I move you?
Frankie Love.
Ah! Oh, I died. Hi, Risa. Thank you for the resub. Oh, damn. When was my last save? I was thinking I could get that statue to move away from the, that door and we could get into it.
Fortune smile on you, sister.
Oh, all the way back here? Are you for real? Alex, what did I do? I went and got some money from up there, but it wasn't very much. I don't think it really did. Stop looking at me! How are you doing, Risa? Happy Sunday! I'm gonna go into the marketplace. Oh, we talked to Virgil. Oh, the assassin's body's gone. Yeah, I'm gonna start the election now.
A new face. Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? Oh my. I take it. I suppose it's usual.
I'm in a hurry.
Oh, a hurry. Let's do it your way.
How'd you end up here?
No, I'm not entirely sure. But what about you? How did you end up here?
A young woman named Karen dragged me out of her unconscious at being here.
Karen, you say? And nothing about that name seemed odd to you.
It carries negative connotations where I'm
Why
from.
is that?
Because of the memes!
The memes? What are the memes?
A meme is a small image you share with other
Fortune
people
smile
and
on
become
you,
more like
sister.
their own language.
So, a bit like Egyptian hieroglyphs.
I
then?
love that I'm telling a Roman priestess about memes. Something like that.
So your people make
Have a good
hieroglyphics
look.
depicting
You're
this
actually playing
accursed
Sims? Ooh,
character,
awesome.
the one they call Karen. I wonder if... No,
What were you going to say?
I apologize. I don't mean to be cryptic. It's just that you've got me thinking. Have you spoken with any of the others about how they arrived here too? I really think you should. Go around and ask them what they remember and see if you notice any patterns.
Alright, I'll do that.
Good. Thank you. But please be careful.
sassy little comments of his. Yeah, exactly. It's
Don't want
awesome.
to see what happened to Livia happen to you too.
Oh, what happened to Livia?
Up until a few weeks ago, she was a perfectly productive member of our little community, darning clothes and cutting hair. She was always so chatty, always seeking out newcomers and asking them where they were from and how they wound up here. And then, about a month ago, she suddenly changed. She withdrew, stopped working and became despondent, started muttering to herself. Galerius and I visited her to see how we could help, but she just looked at us with this haunted stare, called us bloodless shadows, and told us we were ignorant of some pattern. Look, it could be unrelated. Perhaps she simply fell ill. Or, as Galerius suggested, the weight of the Golden Rule was too much for her. But there is a small chance that she learned something, saw a pattern nobody else saw, and that it broke her. I just don't want to see that happen to you. So be careful, will you?
I'll be careful.
Thank you. Now, go and follow the thread of truth through
At
this
least 3
labyrinth,
common
and
threads.
come back to me if you discover
Ooh,
any
that's
patterns.
interesting. I'll get right on it.
Come back to me once you've...
I want to go get, yeah, here. Get the money that's up here. Oh, come on, down we go. There we go. Getting me a whole bunch of money. Wait, what's up here? Distracted again. Oh. Oh. Ah! Oh. Maybe that's how they broke the golden rule last time. You think? Let's just go a little bit deeper. Oh. Don't look at me. No, wait. Wait. Yeah, this is what I was after. It looks like a cultist thing. Weird little thing there. I need a key. Where does that go to? Guess we'll find out later. Market's that way. We're looking at me. Yeah, let's go to the market and start asking people things. I don't remember how to get there. Here we go. Yeah? No? Am I lost? I think I'm lost. Only a little bit. Alright, market. That's a market. Bar. Yeah, I wanted to get her to move. Because, like, this door opens and there's stuff in there, but, like... I wish I could kick it. I could kick the field ones away.
Just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls. But it does not notice the crowds that come.
Just So in Greek mythology, I think it's Greek. Yeah, it is. There's the river Styx, which is a river of souls leading to the underworld. And there's a ferryman that takes you across the river Styx to the underworld, and you have to pay him, which is why they used to put like pennies on people's eyes when they died, so they had money for the ferryman. The ferryman was called Charon. Kind of a little bit like Karen, isn't it? I'm just realized because she's just said something about rivers and souls, and that just like kind of went, oh fuck. Oh.
I thought you were trying to say that Sharon was the original Karen.
I mean, maybe. Sharon could also be the original Karen.
Wanting to speak with Death's manager.
Yeah. Can you tell me about the pattern you saw?
You think you wish to know.
That is sus, right?
But you do not. It is better for you if you remain ignorant. Pandora's box must stay closed. I'll say no more.
But I want to know.
The newly arrived are...
Okay.
Ah, you again.
Yep. What's your story?
Can't talk long. Families from Seleucia and Tigris, Babylon province.
I love your clothes.
I've been roaming a long time now.
Exhausting.
Even joined the legions. The 6th. The one they call Ironclads.
How did you end up here?
Not sure. I was fighting with the 6th against Parthians in the east. Only my whole body was aching every time I took a swing of my gladius. It was the rheumatism. Relentless. Unending. Of course, I wasn't going to get any sympathy from my commander. So I started thinking, what if, in the next battle, I just didn't try as hard, you know? What if I let my guard down just long enough? Next battle came, and all I remember is this bloody great savage coming toward me. And I just
I'm a little bit too close to him right now.
loosened my grip, and then nothing. I woke up by the river. Some strange man in an eagle headdress had fished me out. Kamut Tabal, I think he called himself. Then I found this place, and that's it.
Okay, we've all been fished out of a river, I think.
That's all right. It just feels good to finally tell someone about it. Thanks for listening.
Of course.
See you around.
Right, I can get him to vote for Gallius by giving Gallius the willow bark. Do I still have it? Yeah, I do.
Citizen.
Ah, back again, I see. I heard what you did for our Yulia. Very impressive. Even if the source of your medicine was a little
Shady.
What's your
You
story?
mean, how did I end up here? That is a lengthy tale.
Let's hear it.
Alright. Well, you see, I'm in the business of procuring rare and precious objects liberated from the enemies of Rome. Mostly sculptures, vases, the occasional slave, fetch a magnificent price in Roman high society. Had myself a nice little shop in Rome, just off the Forum. Lots of foot traffic and close to the docks. Good place to be when the fires broke out. See, about 7 months ago, half of Rome caught on fire. Everyone who couldn't get to an outer gate was running for the river, open to escape by barge. So I gathered my coins and some priceless vases into a cart and had my most loyal slave girl, pretty young thing named Acantha, push it for me. All the way down to the river, I'm elbowing through a stampede of people, turning back now and then to make sure she hasn't legged it with my valuables. But, to my surprise, we make it, and I see this barge loading up, and it's so full it's almost sinking. But the captain's happy to take my coin, so I start boarding, and then he puts his hand on my chest and he says, "No, too heavy. The cart or the girl." So I did what anyone would have done.
You chose the cart, didn't you?
Of course I chose the cart. I mean, I can always buy a new slave girl if I still have my money. So I put my hand on the cart, and I guess she realised what was happening because those pretty black eyes of hers go all wide. And in one swift motion, she topples the whole bloody thing into the Tiber.
I think I see where this is going.
Naturally, I dived in after it, hoping to salvage my fortune. Only, I guess I must have hit my head or something, because everything went black. When I came to, I'd washed up on the riverbank, not far from here, with nothing in the world but
Someone
a
else
single
washed up on
silver
the
coin.
riverbank.
All weapons are to be tossed.
Commiserations.
Thank you, friend. But it turns out it might have been a stroke of good fortune, because this place is a veritable treasure trove. Look around you, there must be more gold in here than in the treasury of Rome. If I can just figure out how to get it out of here.
What are you gonna vote for?
Sentius, I suppose. Stability is always good for business.
I'd like you to vote for Galerius.
Yeah? And what's he gonna do for me? He's nothing.
Would a gift change your
Certainly.
mind?
For a few thousand denarii.
You sure it won't break the golden rule?
Nothing illegal about it.
I don't have that kind of money.
Well, that's a shame. Come back if you change your mind. Very well. Another time.
Surprised I can't give him the golden eggs.
Citizen?
Salve.
What is it, citizen?
What's your story?
I'm a legionary of the 1st Italica, but there's not a lot of fighting down here. So the magistrate has assigned me other duties. I act as the magistrate's right-hand man, keeping an eye on his daughters. Daughter, I should say. And the others, and making sure they're all behaving. I also keep a register of new arrivals.
How did you end up here?
I'm from Liguria, up north originally. I was doing alright for myself. 12 years into my service. Had a nice girl lined up for when it was all over. Not anymore. She's probably figured I'm long gone and moved on by now. I try not to think about it. My commander sent me to deliver a message to Rome. While I was there, I thought I'd do something nice for my girl. And pick up a little pendant from a silversmith. That's when the crowd started flooding through the streets, shouting fire. People were screaming, trampling each other. Then some Genetricum fugitor tried to take advantage of the chaos and pinch my pendant. I remember chasing him through the crowds, down towards the river. And then...
Ooh,
nothing.
the river!
Blacked out and woke up near here. No idea how I ended up floating so
What's
far
that good
downriver.
Charlotte? That song, The River, was it go?
I'm fortunate to be alive,
The
I suppose.
AFI guy was in it? Back down to the river, undelivered.
Not remember the name of the band that's in it.
Sorry to hear that.
Don't be. As Seneca the Younger said, difficulties strengthen the mind as labor does the body. That said, Centilla's disappearance has.
I was thinking there was a Medina Lake song called The River as well, but no, it's River People. God, that's a flashback. Medina Lake. Jesus. Anyway. Can I see the citizen register?
I don't see why not. Just make sure I get it back by tomorrow.
Dude, you won't even notice it's gone. Aurelia, Claudia, Daisies. Domitus.
Avengers Sevenfold.
Huh?
Avengers Sevenfold.
Yeah, that's who I meant, I think. Did I say AFI? Fabia. Galerius. Georgius. We'll have to... No, Georgius is already voting for him. Hannibal is dead. Alright, let's go see the cistern.
Not sure why you said it like that, but whatever. Alright?
Ah! Jackie, thank you for the host. Of course.
Beautiful.
I'm gonna talk to her again. This time she's
you're
not gonna be
here.
put off me.
I'm so glad you decided to visit. I'm Aurelia, and I hope I'm not being too forward, but the moment I laid eyes on you, I was intrigued. There's a light in your eyes I've never seen before, a certain learning and sophistication.
Stop it, no, please go on.
What was that?
Why is
Some
she
kind of
washing
joke?
so quickly?
If it was, it wasn't funny.
I don't know, maybe she's got a lot to do.
I'll take back what I said. Let's just
Oh,
forget
bugger
that
off.
ever happened.
What's your story?
Let it go. Nothing's going to happen between us.
All right.
See ya.
Whatever. I'm gonna... Which money do I have? Alright, I'm gonna go steal from Claudia. I need your help. I know, I'm trying, okay? Hello.
Ave again.
Ave.
Did you find what you need?
I've been asking people about how they wound up
And
here.
did you notice anything? A pattern?
Some people mentioned a river.
Yes. I understand many of our friends were carried here by a river current. What else?
Some people mentioned memory lapses.
That's true. I know I wasn't entirely sure how I wound up here. What else?
Some people mentioned a coin. I don't think I did.
Yes. I suppose that could be something. But then most of us do tend to carry coins on our person, don't we? It's as I feared. I think I understand what poor Livia has been going through. You mentioned earlier you met a young woman in the forest named Karen, yes?
That's right.
I see. And was this Karen by any chance wearing a hood?
Was she? Wearing a hoodie, how could you know that?
Because I've seen her before. There's something I think you should see. I think you'd better follow me to the baths.
Alright, I'll meet you in the baths.
Don't follow too closely. We can't have people thinking we're bathing together.
Why not? Sounds like fun. Oh, I can't steal it. This is where the assassin was, right? Oh. No one can see us in here. Yeah, this is the way we came in. This is an awesome swimming pool.
All right, you're here. You were asking how I knew the young woman you met by the river was wearing a hood. Here, look down at the bottom of the baths. It's a little hard to make out in this light. If only we could see. Oh, what a marvelous lamp. But do you see it? Somebody waking up by a river in a forest to find a hooded figure with a coin. It's just as you described it, only your pronunciation is a little off. The name you heard wasn't Karen. It was C-H-A-R.
Fucking called it!
As in, Charon, the ferryman of
Called
the
it!
Charon, who in exchange
Yes!
for a coin helps the souls of the newly deceased cross the Styx, the river that separates the land of the living from the land of the dead.
When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, but all I found was some loose change. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen.
There are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the same futile task over and over. But on the bright side, at least you're not stuck in the underworld like they all were.
Oh god.
I'm so sorry, my friend. I'm so sorry. I take it you know what this means.
This place is the underworld?
I'm afraid so. It's all starting to make sense. All these people whose last memory was running from the fires toward the river. It seems none of them escaped with their lives after all. Perhaps we should be grateful they don't remember their final moments. It also tells us that the Golden Rule is the work of Pluto,
aka
the god
Hades,
of the underworld, and why his epithet has always been Father of Riches. I know it's a lot to take in, and you look as if you have questions, so I'll try to answer them if I can.
So we're dead?
That was my first thought too. In the old stories, the underworld was where the souls of the deceased were taken. But it was also possible for the living to reach it without dying, if they were particularly fearless. So I'm afraid I don't know.
What can you tell me about Charon?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Karen.
I keep forgetting you're not from here. If you were Roman, or even Greek, you would know these stories. Each of them is slightly different, whether the storyteller was Plato, Homer, Virgil, or Ovid. But they always involved the souls of the dead meeting a grim ferryman named Charon on the bank of a river. It was said that he'd help the new arrival cross, only if they could pay him with a coin, an obol. That's why it was once our custom to bury our loved ones with a coin in their mouths. Charon's obol, we called it. Of course, an obol was a kind of Greek coin, because we inherited this knowledge from the Greeks. The only difference is that they spelled it with a kappa, which I suppose means
Kappa's in chat!
K-H-A-R-O-N is closer to the original spelling.
Why didn't you all recognize Karen immediately?
To be fair, the ferryman isn't exactly as the poets described, and he, she, they seem to appear to different people in different guises. You say you saw a young woman named Karen with a hood, and I once heard Kabash mention a stranger in a ram headdress named Kerti, and Rufius described meeting a stranger named Kumut Tabal wearing an eagle headdress. But whatever form this stranger took, they were always wearing a hood of some sort, and their name always began with a K sound. I suspect the only way you'll solve this riddle is if your paths cross again.
Why are there so few people in the underworld?
Good question. Let's see. In the stories, Charon would always require a coin as payment for passage across the river, but that never made any sense to me. What does an ancient immortal being need with coins? In our case, it seems Charon didn't take the coins we had. He or she merely checked we had one in our possession. So, maybe there's something special about the coins each of us had on us. That might explain why we wound up here, but so many others did not.
Are you trying to keep us from?
No. I mean, I had my suspicions, especially after Livia's ramblings, but I would never have figured it out without your help. I promise you.
That's all the questions I had.
Now that we know where we are, we have to figure out what to do about it if we don't want to be cast into gold for eternity. We don't have much to go on, except the old stories. I remember 4 in particular about heroes in the underworld. Hercules, the demigod and son of Jupiter. Orpheus, a Thracian poet. Sisyphus, a king of Ephyra. And Aeneas, a Trojan hero. Hercules was able to leave the underworld because he cowed its god with his strength. Sisyphus and Orpheus both relied on their wits instead. They persuaded the goddess of the underworld, Proserpina, to help them escape. And finally, Aeneas was able to escape with the help of a spirit guide, who led him through a secret gate. So it seems you have 2 options: to confront the god of the underworld head-on, or find a way to escape with the help of Proserpina or some other guide.
It's gonna have to be Proserpina, isn't it? Notice you seem uncomfortable calling the god of the underworld by his name. Why is that?
All Romans try to avoid saying it, and the reason is quite simple. He might hear us. You may refer to him as Pluto, if you wish, but you'll only be calling attention to yourself. Do so at your own peril.
Tell me more about confronting Pluto head-on.
Is everyone so blunt where you're from? Oh.
Yeah, actually.
That option would be the boldest, but also the only way to learn the truth about the Golden Rule, and maybe even put an end to it. As I said, Hercules managed to overpower the god of the underworld, but he was a demigod. Forgive my candor, but you are no Hercules.
Dude. I could be Hercules. Hercules couldn't manipulate time or turn organic matter into gold.
Are you telling me that you can? I won't pretend to understand exactly what that means, but if that's true, then perhaps you stand a chance. So, if you want to confront him, I'll help you as much as I can. Who knows? Perhaps your name will be uttered in the same sentence as Hercules one day. But first, you'd need an audience with you-know-who, and for that, you'll need to enter the great temple overlooking the city. The problem is, the door has been sealed shut for as long as I've lived here, and there doesn't even seem to be a keyhole. I suspect the answer lies in the desecrated obelisk in front of it. I'm not sure if you noticed, but there are 4 plaques missing from its base. It looks as though somebody, or a series of somebodies, forcibly removed them, and in doing so, dishonored and angered our divine keeper. If you could recover and replace all 4 of those missing plaques, I imagine
Jesus.
he might be willing to receive an audience again.
Can you tell me about the obelisk?
It's the towering stone monument with 4 sides and a pyramid-shaped
Yeah,
head.
I know what an obelisk
that
is.
stands before the great temple, a dedication to the god of this place. You'll find them all over Rome, but of course they were looted from Egypt many years ago.
Rude.
It seems one of them made its way here too, although how is a mystery. However, this one is unusual in that each of the 4 sides is decorated in a different style: Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and another I don't recognize. That means you'll need to recover 4 different plaques: Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and a 4th, a mystery plaque.
Where to find the Roman?
Good question. To answer that, we first need to ask who would have defaced the obelisk in the first place. It would have had the god's name engraved into it, so it may be that whoever desecrated it wanted that name to be forgotten. And there's only one group of people I know of who might want to do that. There's a cult in Rome that often argued there is only one true god. Theirs, of course. They've been known to start fires, as well as deface religious monuments whose existence challenged their beliefs. If I were you, I'd go looking for them. Of course, they've all been in hiding since the fire last year, so finding them won't be easy. But I did hear a rumor they have a secret shrine somewhere in the city. Perhaps If you could find that, you might be able to recover the Roman plaque.
I think I know where it is. I think it's behind that locked cage door that I couldn't get into.
I don't know. But perhaps you should begin your search with the local Greek fellow, Georgius. His store is in the forum. Perhaps Kabash, our Egyptian resident, would be able to tell us. Unfortunately, he disappeared weeks ago. But I did hear Aurelia is peddling rumors about him at the tavern, so perhaps you could talk to her, or just take a look in his room.
Where'd I find the mystery plaque?
I'm afraid you're on your own with that one. But perhaps finding the other three will illuminate the way.
Tell me more about escaping with the help of Prosperina.
As I mentioned, both Orpheus and Sisyphus were said to have persuaded Proserpina to help them escape, and Aeneas was guided to the exit.
Keep saying it wrong.
The problem is, those are the stories of a poet, a self-aggrandizing king, and a brawler about their own heroic deeds.
Oh, Mummy,
so
I
they
read.
should be taken with a grain of salt. First, Proserpina.
Everyone say
What
hi
we
to
do
my
know
mom.
about her is, well, it's a grim tale. It's said the god of the underworld abducted and dragged her here against her will, forcing her into marriage.
So she might be willing to work against him to help us.
If the stories are true, then I suppose so. The problem is, how do we communicate with her without being noticed by her captor? Leaving that aside for a moment, there is also the possibility of a spirit guide. I don't suppose you've come across one of those in your travels?
We've got a lot of lurkers today, Mummy, you might not say. Oh, there's Meow. Lovely Meow. The other female statues whispering every now and then.
Truly? And you're only bringing this up now? Then again, I suppose you were worried I'd think you were as mad as Navia. Can you tell me more? Is it the same voice? What kinds of thing does it say?
It's always the same voice, and she's helpful if a little cryptic.
Fascinating. Perhaps she's a benevolent spirit. Or perhaps... Perhaps you're hearing the voice of Proserpina herself. If she has indeed been abducted, it would make sense for her to speak in cryptic whispers to avoid detection. Tell me, has she told you anything that might lead you to the way out?
Perhaps she said wait against the current, and her tears run through the city as she weeps where water flows.
That is strange. There are no rivers here.
Oh, there's plenty of waterfalls.
Let me think on that.
I was really hoping you could tell me what it meant.
Well, as far as I can tell, water flows into the city from an aqueduct into one of two cisterns, the upper cistern. If that's the current she's talking about, then perhaps you need to get into the upper cistern somehow. I vaguely recall wondering what was in there, but the door at the back of the great temple is locked up tight. You might be able to get a key from the magistrate, but if that doesn't work, perhaps you can find another way in. Let me know if you find anything in there.
Alright, I think it's time to go to the cistern.
Alright. I would suggest not discussing this with anyone. The best we can do for them is to let them remain oblivious for as long as possible. As for Livia, it seems she's been shouldering the weight of this terrible secret all this time. Perhaps it would comfort her to know she's not alone.
I'll chat with Livia first.
In any case, time is of the essence, so you'd best begin.
All good, Mummy.
May Fortuna guide you.
This game's
Although
just
you may
like
not need her with
very
Proserpina
storytelling,
on your side.
and it's really interesting, and we just got a good twist. So I'm looking forward to playing some more. And the gold statues used to be people, and they keep looking at me, and I hate it. Right, off we go.
Ave.
Boom! Oh, loading. Alright, let's go talk to Livia. Where's she again? like it when it gives me a marker. Champion, that girl on stream looks a bit bored. I mean, she's been talking to me, so. Don't look at me. I went up the wrong way. There we go. Whoop! Ah, me legs. Hey, Livia.
Just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls. But it does not notice the crowds that come.
Figured it out, I know where we are.
Say it. Speak its name.
The underworld.
Then it is true. I was right.
You were.
I thought I saw it, but when the rest of them could not, I kept thinking I must have gone insane. I had to tell myself
It has
it
a bit
was
longer,
true
not quite as
over
red.
and over again, until I wasn't sure if I was deceiving myself. I must apologize
how you're
if my
feeling
words
today, Mom.
seemed cryptic. I'd found comfort in reciting the Metamorphoses by our great poet Ovid. He gives such an uncanny description of this place. I cannot help but wonder if he himself came here. Would you like to hear it?
Sure.
I will do my best to remember the relevant verse.
That's how I feel. Oh, bless you.
There is a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew trees. It leads through dumb silence to the infernal regions. The sluggish Styx exhales vapor, and by that way, the shadows of the newly dead descend, entombed with full rites, and the ghosts of those, at last, given proper burial. The wide, thorny waste is cold and pallid, and the newly arrived shades are ignorant of the road that leads to the Stygian city, where Black Dis has his cruel palace. As the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls, and is never too small for any populace, nor notices the crowds that come. There the bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Some crowd the forum, some the house of the ruler of the depths. Others follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, and still others incur punishment. I hope I have done it justice, and now we share a secret. It's as if you've lifted a great burden from my shoulders. Thank you, friend. I think I should rest.
Bless her. Coffee break over. Back to mass cleaning. Alright, Mummy, have a good day. Enjoy your cleaning. Dead therapeutic. You'll feel great afterwards. What was I gonna do? I think it's time to go to the cistern. Ask Sentius for the key to the upper cistern. How do I get Dooley out again? Right. I'm gonna I was gonna say, how did that
Shall
not
suffer for the sins of the One.
Very surprised that that didn't do anything straight away. No one reacted. I'm gonna hide behind this pillar. I'm resetting the dame. we go. Oi oi. See how many things I can give him to do.
Mind telling?
Frankie, I need to take care of some things urgently.
Sounds serious.
Yulia's dying, but Lucretia can help her.
Yulia? Oh no.
Oh. Need to stop Fabia entering the empty shrine.
Alright, let me see. Stop Fabia going in, but send the new arrival to the empty shrine. Understood.
Rufus is becoming agitated because of his rheumatism. We've given some Willibarger will calm him down.
Poor guy. My uncle was a victim at rheumatism's altar, and he ended up killing himself. Alright, got it.
Tell Malleus you know his real name is Quinticus, thanks to Claudia, and that Nero sends his regards. Then tell him to withdraw from the election and release his debt bondsman.
What? Are you... You're serious, aren't you? I doubt Domitius will let me talk to him, but I'll make sure he passes on the message.
That's it. Go as fast as you can.
But once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me how you know all of this.
I will do. I'll go talk to Livia.
Beautiful.
Oh.
Oh, you're here. I'm so glad you decided to visit. And there's...
Not interested.
Why? Just because I'm a woman? Honey, it's your loss. I take back what I... Let's just forget that ever happened, so we can...
Looking for Kabash. Have you seen
Not
him?
for a few weeks now. Last time I saw him, he was sitting at a table with Georgius, whispering about some job. I remember because they kept looking over their shoulders as if they didn't want anyone else to know. So, naturally,
Sisyphus,
I
attack
offered.
or pursue the
The
stone
one word
that
I kept
always
hearing was
returns.
vanishing. And then, the next day, Kabash just disappeared. Coincidence? I think not.
I'll be going.
All right. See. Just but it.
Figured it out.
Say it.
Seen the world.
Then.
I'll try and skip through this.
And now.
Which is good, right? Yeah. Alright, I need to talk to Georgius? Georgius. Do I still have my money? I do! I can. Georgius. I need you to move. It's through this way. This way.
Hey, Virgil, how much would you want to make me a bow?
For the last time, Dacius, I'm not making you a bow.
But why?
You know why.
But how am I going to defend myself against someone else with a weapon?
There are no other weapons in the city. We all went along with the magistrate's weapons ban, so it wouldn't be an issue.
That's why I've got to get in first before someone else beats me to it. Hello there, friend.
You never believe me if I told you.
Well, I'll take your word for it. But perhaps you'd be interested in...
For the right price. I'll tell you where you can get your own.
Now you're talking, I'm interested. How about 100 denarii?
5,000.
Oh, that's a little excessive, don't you think? It's not the bow of Ulysses we're talking about.
Think of it as an investment, a few little coins in exchange for riches beyond imagining.
All right. But I'm going to need you to tell me before I pay up.
steals off.
Wait. Let's not be too hasty,
That's
friend.
how I found the grocery
I
store.
just want a
yesterday.
little
What did you find?
assurance
Tell
that
me.
I can trust you, that's all.
The golden rule won't allow me to not deliver my promises.
I suppose you're right. All right, you drive a hard bargain, but here's your money. Now, the location of that bow.
Shrine of Diana.
What? But I already knew that, you imbecile. Everyone knows that. I can't take that golden bow because stealing from the goddess in her own shrine would break the golden rule. You promised to tell me where I could get one of my own.
You can take it and you'll be able to keep it for the rest of your life.
What is this? Some kind of joke?
You gave me what I wanted, I gave you what you promised.
I don't believe this is happening.
I don't know why I'm doing this. Do love a good loophole.
Don't even talk to me.
I don't know if that was right.
Ah, a fellow traveler from a faraway land. Greetings, I'm Georgius. It gladdens me to see another foreigner in our midst. We must stick together, you and I. And I must say, my sartorial friend, your clothing is most extraordinary. Leather boots in place of sandals, trousers with precise stitching, and such a curious design. I have traveled distant trade routes from the markets of Damascus to the farms of India, and never have I seen anyone dressed quite like you. Tell me, I must know, from which exotic part of the world do you hail?
My nation doesn't exist yet. I'm from beyond the edge of the known world.
Then you are an explorer, like me. Wonderful. You must have many stories to share. I cannot wait to hear them. We will have much time here to get to know one another. But for now, do you require assistance? I know you do not require clothing, so information perhaps?
Looking for Kabash.
Ah, I knew this day would come. I do not wish to lie to you, my friend, but even discussing this matter is dangerous. Please, let us leave the live coals safely beneath the ash.
You can trust me, us foreigners have to stick together.
Very well, but the magistrate would not look kindly upon this, so please keep it to yourself. For several months now, I have been sneaking out at night to worship the gods of my ancestors in the temple of Demeter. Each day, I leave offerings of food in the hope that we may have a bountiful harvest, and yet the next day when I return, the food is missing.
How is that a problem?
The offering, it is symbolic, you see. It is never eaten, so I ask.
PG tips. Oh, yes. Excellent
what
tea.
is devouring the food in this temple?
The very best tea
Stranger still.
ever.
Once I sat in front of my shop like the 100-eyed Argus until dawn to
Custard
see if I
creams?
could spot a thief going in.
Custard
Do you
creams.
know what I saw?
Yes, tea. Animals.
Nothing. Nobody entered. And yet when I went to take a look, my offering was gone. It is bizarre, is it
game.
not? When I told my friend Kabash of this at the tavern, he offered to help
We
investigate.
don't have PG tips. I
He
wish we
went
had
in,
PG tips.
and to my dismay, she was never seen again.
Do you want me to start getting PG tips?
Yeah. I don't know why you don't get them to begin with.
Fair enough.
Where is the Temple of Demeter?
It is the only Greek temple in the city. Head towards the baths, and it is the last building on your right.
I'm off to the Temple of Demeter then.
I do not think you should pursue this, my friend. It would break my heart to be responsible for 2 people disappearing. But you do not strike me as a kind of person to be deterred by such warnings, so just be careful, I beg you.
Don't even talk to me.
Alright. Is it this one? Yes. Oh. Oh! Looks like someone recently been through here. hear running water. Oh, dearie me. Wow, this is a long way. I'm running water. There's no statues down here. Oh! Hi!
Ah, a visitor.
Who are
Welcome,
you?
welcome. May I ask your name?
I'm Frankie.
It's a sincere pleasure to meet you.
I
Tell
hope stream
me,
can't hear that noise
what
that
brings
Max is
you
making.
all the way down here?
I was looking for Kabash.
Ah, Kabash. I know this man. He came through here some weeks ago. I will tell you everything I know, but first, a request. I've been living down here alone for many years, with nobody to talk to but myself. The one thing I long for above all else before I die is a good philosophical argument with somebody astute. I'm hoping that person is you. Let us find out.
Oh, well, I'm an
with this
archaeologist,
simple
so...
question. Have you deduced the name of the god responsible for the Golden Rule?
Pluto, god of the underworld.
Excellent. I see you are indeed quite astute. Very few come to that realization before their time in the sun is over. Now, will you join me in a friendly Socratic dialogue?
Hi. Hello, Callie.
HEWWOO.
You're supposed to say hello. Thank you for the resub. 9-month streak. That's like secondary baby. We can hear for a bit. Okay. You haven't missed much. Oh, we found out that we're in the underworld. That's the biggest thing you missed. Sounds easy enough.
Wonderful. Then let me begin with
This
the
is gonna
question.
be here.
Would you say you know the
yeah.
difference between right and wrong?
The underworld, yep. To say the difference between right and wrong. It's a complex question.
You are an overthinker too. We're the same then. This is probably why I became a philosopher. But if you struggle with right and wrong normally, then down here with the Golden Rule, surely your struggle can only have become more difficult.
It is.
Well, that's reassuring. And the truth is, you're not alone. You see, out there in the world, being uncertain about right and wrong was acceptable, because our mistakes rarely had
Yeah, we crossed the river Styx.
So we would tell lies and bend rules and turn a blind eye and rationalize, and yet still find a way to think of ourselves as good people. But under the Golden Rule, morality matters. The slightest wrongdoing could result in a mass execution. So to navigate this maze, we would have to be certain about the difference between right and wrong. Wouldn't you agree?
Of course.
So let me ask you this. Is there one system of morality which is always perfectly correct, which you could follow in every situation and always do the right thing?
There's more than one?
How can that be? Since they all have differences, it follows that in some cases they would offer different conclusions about what is right and wrong. If there is a correct moral code, then wouldn't it follow that only one can be the correct one?
Oh, my head hurts. Moral code depends on the laws and customs of whichever society you're in. Maybe there is no correct morality.
Are you sure? Or is it possible that humans simply haven't figured out the right system yet? After hundreds of years, and as many great thinkers dedicating their lives to these questions, what hope do we have if our best and brightest haven't been able to answer them?
What's your point?
My point is this. I don't think anyone alive truly knows any hard and fast rules about right and wrong.
I'm not sure about that. What about do not kill?
Surely you would agree there are circumstances where an exception may be made, such as where it is necessary for self-defense or to prevent a greater evil. For any rule, you can imagine there are countless situations in which that rule may be suspended, and those situations are impossible to codify. If there is one thing I have observed about rules, it is that virtuous people do not need them, and evil people will always find a way around them. And so we must accept our limitations, and the sad truth that no human society will ever achieve the utopia
ourselves
for
on
which it
custard creams
strives.
today.
In mathematics, we would call it an asymptote, a line that can be approached but never reached. Because the only way to create a utopia is with the ever-present threat of force, such as the Golden Rule. This and no other is the root from which a tyrant springs when he first appears as a protector. And life under tyranny is no utopia at all.
I agree.
I'm glad to hear that. In any case, thank you for humoring an old man. I would be happy to answer your questions.
Where can I find Kamash?
I will tell you, but you may find him hostile. To prepare for your encounter, there are certain things you must know. Very few know this, but before the Romans came to this city, it was once entirely Greek. The architecture, the temples, and the people. When the Romans came, in typical fashion, they claimed it as their own, built over everything that could be built over, and renamed the things that could not. Thus, the shrine of Persephone became the shrine of Proserpina. And when they found an obelisk bearing the name Hades, they tore it off and replaced it with Pluto instead. And the city's dwindling Greek residents, witnessing this compulsive Roman
So before it was
conquest,
Hades, it would have been
decided to preserve what they could.
Osiris.
Heritage. They gathered their art and valuables, secreted them away through the temple of Demeter, and hid them here, out of reach of the Romans. I'm getting to that. You see, it was among these old Greek relics that I found the thing you seek. An even older plaque bearing an Egyptian inscription.
What did it say?
We had no idea until years later, when the first of my friends began to die. As a result of their deaths, we began to dig catacombs branching off from this cavern to lay them to rest. We extended the tunnel so far that we accidentally discovered another, an even older tunnel, which somebody had gone to great lengths to keep hidden. Suddenly it made sense why there was an out-of-place Egyptian plaque among our people's possessions.
Put your foot next to mine here, where Spook's just been.
Greeks had thought the Romans
It's so warm!
But it turns out this game has been going on much longer than any of us imagined. I think it is best you head through the catacombs and follow Kabash's trail.
What's in there?
There are certain things you must see for yourself. Take this key. You'll need it to open the gate.
That is a rusty old key. Jesus. What's your story?
You mean, how did I end up living alone in this cave with nothing but these relics of the past for company? It's a long story.
I'm listening.
I was a quarrelsome young man. At 19, I left Corinth for Rome to study rhetoric at one of her finest academies, so I could argue more forcefully. Back then, I used to enjoy verbally sparring with everyone I could, and I was good. One night I found myself in a tavern in an argument with a drunken mercenary. It became heated. He drew a gladius, and I won the argument, but lost my life. I woke up on the banks of the Styx at a campfire opposite Karen. Of course, I tried to persuade her to let me return, but even with all my skill, I failed. I settled in, made friends, and learned what I could, quickly realizing our little community faced certain death under the Golden Rule. So I began looking for a place to hide underground. Fortunately, I found this place waiting for me. You see, I was not the first to take refuge here. I returned to my friends above, persuaded them to join me, and 12 of us descended for the last time to live out our days hidden from Hades' tyranny.
Why can't you return to the surface?
My generation was wiped out, turned to gold, many years ago. My friends and I were able to avoid the same fate by hiding down here. I think it's safest to assume that if I was to return, Hades would realize that his furies hadn't finished the job, and he'd send them after me again.
Why can't you tell me your name?
I fear that if you were to utter my name in the city, even by mistake, that Hades would hear you and know I am still alive.
Fair enough. Where's everyone else?
I'm afraid I am the only one left. There were 12 of us in the beginning, but one by one, my friends passed away. Some from malnutrition, others from madness and despair. It has been lonely. Before my unexpected visit from Kabash some weeks ago, I'd not seen another person in many, many years.
How have you survived down here?
Living in darkness is not without its challenges. The first challenge is diet. Fortunately, I found that eating fresh fish provides most of the nutrients I need. And sometimes, when there are Greek people living up above, I surface at night and salvage the offerings they've left in the Temple of Demeter. The greater challenge is the isolation, so I like to imagine arguments, where I argue both sides. But like so many things in life, arguments are better with a partner. As you wish. I enjoyed our chat, but please, keep my presence here a secret, yes?
Alright, I will. That's a cute little bed. Eccentric my ass. That's adorable. I want one. Catacombs. Hold on, I want to count. Oh, I know there's nothing down here. Okay, here's the gate. I think there's someone in there. Then that looks like stone. 1 dead friend. 2 dead friend. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 friends. Oh, there's the 11th. Oh, way back out. River. you look at me. Egyptian vase. Ooh, we found Egypt. Broken Egyptian statue. Yeet. Where the heck did he come from? Seems to be locked from the other side. Dick. Are they moving? He didn't look at me. Good. Oh, it's creepy down here. Tell me this is gonna open. Oh, there's a couple of them. Quit looking at me. Oh, there's a whole lot of y'all. That's Anubis. He had something to do with the underworld, I remember. The many shall suffer the sins of the one. Yeah, I thought so. Ooh, it's been like this for so long. That's a new bitch. Kappa's in chat. Where's the growling coming from? Oh, I see. Any more, y'all? Oh, yeah. Is Anubis again? Oh, there's so many. I wonder if after a while they start, like, I guess, thawing? What up?
Stop. Do not come any closer. Who are you?
I'm Frankie, who are you?
I am Kabash.
Oh good, I found you.
And let me guess, another Greco-Roman come to loot and plunder the resting place of my ancestors, hmm?
Do I look like a Greek or Roman to you?
Trousers, boots, curious hair. No, I suppose you do not.
Curious hair?
Then what do you
Just because it's green. Let's be honest, if I went into a Roman city with green hair, they'd think I was a witch. I wouldn't be wrong.
To what end?
I want to return it to the obelisk.
That is welcome news. You really are not Greek or Roman, are you? I was planning to return it myself, but for now, I must remain. Here, take it and restore the honor of Osiris.
Yeah. Plaque bearing the hieroglyphs of Osiris, Lord of Silence. That was a little too easy.
Now, as for the other plaque.
Fourth plaque, do you know about it?
Indeed, I have it right here. I stumbled across a collection of
Does it say
trusty
Cthulhu?
curiosities while searching for a place to hide from the hungry children of Amit, and there it was.
May I have it?
You may not.
Why?
In fact, I am about to destroy it.
Why?
Because it speaks a treacherous, blasphemous lie.
How so?
I will tell you. But first, do you know what this place is?
The Duat?
Indeed. And I see you know our history. This is the Duat. See what has become of it. I have been down here for weeks, piecing together
Duat's the name of the
its
Egyptian
story.
underworld.
And here is what I have learned. As Egypt declined and the Greeks had their turn to flourish, their souls came here in great numbers. But instead of adopting our ways, they copied and corrupted them. When they found the obelisk bearing the name Osiris, the true god of the underworld, they desecrated it, removing his name and replacing it with Hades. Even the ferryman of the dead, known to my people long before as Kerti, they renamed to Keron. As if that desecration was not enough, they built over this place, using it as the foundation for their own underworld, so that ours was forgotten. My only solace is that the Greeks then suffered the same fate when the Romans rose to power, renaming Hades to Pluto, and the cycle began anew.
So what's the problem with this plaque?
It is inscribed with a script I do not recognize, but it is ancient, almost as if it is older than the plaque bearing Osiris's name. But if that is so, it would imply the gods of Egypt are mere imitations too, copied and corrupted from an ancient people who prospered even before us.
So is the older
And
one
that
Samaria?
my people did to them what the Greeks and Romans did to us. But this, I cannot accept. I sense a deception. Perhaps it is the work of Set, the usurper, seeking to undermine Osiris once more.
What does the inscription
You
say?
will never know. This work of sacrilege must be destroyed, thrown into the black abyss below in Osiris's name.
Please don't.
You are too late. It is done.
Ah. No. I'm gonna have to go in after it.
You would plunge into the depths of the Duat with no way back up. Madness.
I'll find a way back up. We'll see. First, I have some questions for you.
If it will help you to see reason, then ask.
I think Sumerians maybe the only thing that could have been in that area before Egyptians. Because the Sumerians like the first big civilization, isn't it? I think. I know it's older than Egyptian. I'm not an archaeologist, my character is. What's your story?
I am from Rakotis, which you may know as Alexandria, the name of the city the Greeks built over it. I was a fisherman, like my father before me. Since the Romans had taken over from the Greeks, I took the opportunity to learn Latin and eventually traveled to Rome. When the fires broke out last year, I tried to help. I gathered terrified locals into my boat and led many of them to safety.
We're playing a very interesting game.
The Tiber. On my 7th trip, a passenger demanded I wait for his brother. But we were full to almost sinking, and smoke was all around us. I told him his brother would have to save himself, and he tried to bribe me by placing a coin into my hand. When I refused, he drew a dagger and thrust it between my ribs. I awoke on the banks of the river to a stranger wearing a ram headdress. He said his name was Kirti, and at the time, I simply thought him odd. It did not dawn on me until much later that he was the Kirti, the ram-headed ferryman described in the Book of the Dead.
It's either that or the Mesopotamians. Yeah. What do you think's down there?
I do not know. What could possibly lie beneath the underworld?
Cthulhu.
Perhaps it is infinite darkness.
What if I'm just gonna descend into Lovecraftian?
Amit, the devourer of souls. All I know is it would be unwise to venture down there.
That just makes me want to go down there even more.
Is everyone so contrary where you are from?
Maybe.
Do not even consider it.
I gotta. I'll be going now.
Be gone from this place. Wait. You are planning to go down there. I see it in your eyes.
Yep. Definitely.
You would plunge into the depths of the Duat with no way back up. Madness.
I'll find a way back up.
We shall see.
Alright. Auto-saving. Yeah, dude, there's water down there. It's fine. Bye! Mysterious plaque. Sumerian! Sumerian burying the cuneiform? Inscription, Nergal, the fierce one. Ooh! Fucking Sumerians! Ah! You've been down here a while. Oh, dude. All these assets. Ah! Don't you fucking... Ancient Sumerian statue, a man with the head of a bird. Perhaps this has come up to Baal, the man with the bird headdress who Rufus saw when he spoke. So Rufus is Sumerian. Where do we go? Can't go into the green water. Okay. I'm scared. Ah, you all looked at me. In a roaded set of barricades, it looked like these Sumerians tried to defend themselves from something. Yeah, I bet they were. Stop looking at me! The water's pretty though, with the little sparkles in it. Hey missus, which way do I go? Okay. Ancient stone tablet. Heed the final words of Num Kuzu. Bear witness to our aftermath and lament us. We did our best to live as the gods commanded. We planted and harvested together. We shared bread and beer. We accepted newcomers with open arms as a family. But with each newcomer, the bonds of our family strained, and soon we were as strangers to each other. When those bonds were finally broken, my brothers and sisters planted only for themselves, and ate and drank alone. It was there in the empty space between us that sin took root. Nergal sentinels have awoken and clamour at our barricades. Learn from our miss. I guess that's Angie. Turned into stone. Oh, he turned into stone. Oi oi. Pressure plate of some kind of trap. Okay, I won't. But maybe I need to. Oh. Alright then. That's how I get around those spikes. There's so many of them! Yeah, I get you. Strange object with the shape of a suitcase. Probably never know what it was for. I need to head out. Sister landed. See you later. I'm just leaving the stream on. Thank you for the lick, Kelly. Enjoy the day with your sister and family. Love you much. Alright then. Is there someone up there?
When I told you that you would not find a way back up, that was not a prediction. That was a promise. You will die here.
There's no need for this to end in violence.
I disagree. I warned you against coming down here, against perpetuating this sacrilege. But you persisted. You have undermined and dishonored the true god of the underworld. How did you think this would end, if not with bloodshed?
Just hear me out.
Very well, I will listen. But if I sense deception, or if you further insult my gods, I will carry out my threat. So tell me, why should I let you live after you salvaged this instrument of blasphemy?
If something can be destroyed by the truth, it deserves it. If there's no shame in building on the works of people, it's just trying to replace all the plaques taken from the screen.
Why? To what end?
I'm hoping it'll end me in accordance with the god of the underworld. Restore honor to the god of the underworld.
But why? What business could you have with Osiris?
I'm going to demand that he let everyone go. I'm going to confront him about it. I'm going to pay him my respects.
doubtful. What do you know about honoring the Lord of Silence?
Just wanted a friendly chat. Oh, I don't know. Nothing really, but does anyone really know much about him?
Imbecile! You have sealed your own fate.
If you attack me, you'll break the golden rule.
Good. I welcome it. You see, the philosopher told me that each time it breaks, Osiris bellows with rage, and his voice shakes the very foundations of the earth. I can only hope one more tremor will lay waste to this fragile place once and for all, and you along with it.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Ook. Oh, that's gonna be a tough one. Yay for autosave! Oh, I'm a bit blurry. Oh, there we go.
When I told you that you... Why? Why? But what?
I'm going to demand that he let everyone go.
Blasphemous fool! You have...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
I don't know what to do! I guess we just have to keep trying different,
When I told you that you... you have very wise... That may be true of many things, but this is different. If our gods were copied and corrupted from an older civilization, does that not mean they are false? Does that not mean our prayers to our gods all fell on deaf ears because we were not even addressing them by their true names?
if God's access possible, they must one true name.
Now that I think about it, my people would sometimes call Osiris the god of many names. Perhaps it is so. But the underworld of my people is so different to this one, and so unlike the way it was described by our priests. Many of my ancestors endured great hardship to live good lives so that we may descend to the Duat in death and be judged accordingly. We prepare to have our hearts weighed on Anubis' scales and to swear ourselves innocent of sin before the 42 assessors of Ma'at. And yet, I arrive here to find the Book of the Dead contained only a seed of truth. And now, I ask myself, did our priests steal and embellish the stories of an older people and feed us lies all our lives simply to trick us into obedience?
Isn't being a good person worthwhile?
I am not sure I follow. Speak plainly.
If you were only good in life because you expect a reward, well, you're really a good person.
Now you insult me and all of my ancestors.
Oh dear.
You have...
Alright, we gotta do that again. That was going the right way, though. I think.
That you...
There's no need. Hear me out. It's no shame. True name.
But many weep and yet did our. I am.
Even if your beliefs about the afterlife weren't quite accurate, it's important that the thing that motivates you.
Perhaps there is some truth in that. What is your point?
Are you going to abandon a lifetime of good character now that it matters most just because you found out you were misled?
You are persuasive.
Yeah, I am.
Very well.
Helps that I have time on my side.
And you may do what you will with that plaque. I will remain here for a while and attempt to learn what I can about the foundations of my people's beliefs. Go.
Whoop whoop. Quick save. Oh. Shit. Oh, I'm in Egypt again. I'll back up to Rome in a sec. Alright, I've got two plaques then. I've got the Egyptian one and the mysterious Sumerian one.
You carry the gift of Prometheus in your hand. Remarkable.
I do.
Good to see you again, friend. I enjoyed our chat, but please, keep my presence here a secret. Yes.
Sure thing. That's a Greek plaque. Oh. Oh, I think I go this way. Yeah, this leads me back out to the temple. Temple of Demeter. Okay, now I need a Roman one and the cultist one. AKA Christian one, I think. Oh, I'm frozen. Loading. Please don't crash. Oh, we're good. Cool. Alright, sweet. Alright. What else do I need? Let's do leave a green plaque. Talk to Rufus. I think there might be a plaque in the cistern. Oh, you're wearing a robe. Wonder if someone put you in that. I think they must have done. Oh yeah, for the clothes shop. Can no one see them looking at me? Jesus. Who am I talking to? Where's the obelisk? Surely I should be able to see it. Oh, it's up there. I see it. Okay. Where's Rufus? There he is.
Salve.
Hey, Lydia.
name's Rufus. Better watch your step.
Can you tell where I'd find a Roman plaque?
No idea what you're talking about.
I help treat your rheumatism.
What? That was Galerius, not you.
Where do you think you got the willow bark?
Oh. He got that from you? I guess you did help me then. Huh. I think I have seen that plaque. Sorry I lied. Can't be too careful these days. Head into the caves behind the theater. Turn right, then right again. Oh, and here. You'll need this key.
Ooh.
You didn't get that from me.
Got it, thanks.
See you around.
Is that the little cave that I found earlier? It might be. Roman plaque. Malleus. Why am I talking to Malleus?
Leave me be.
Alright. Oh. Okay, I don't have to do that now. Plaque. Yeah, I think it might be in that little... Oh, hi.
Salve again, friend. I went and did as you asked, and it worked. How is it possible that you've just arrived here and you already know everyone and exactly what's about to happen to them?
I'm a time traveler.
You're toying with me, right? Wait.
Don't believe a word they tell you.
That's
Who's
the
that?
only way you could have known. You're a bit like...
Oh, it's
what's his name?
Ulpius? Ulpius.
Sisyphus. Yeah, that's the one. Sisyphus was a Greek. He was forcing...
Yeah, we get it. We know who
Tantalus-
Sisyphus is. Go on.
Yeah, anyway, so...
You're a good man.
Oh. Now, I'm going to keep your secret. Oh, and if our conversations ever start to annoy you, just tell me you're busy. Fine?
Wait, he's running for the magistrates,
Salve
right?
again. No.
Move
All
on.
right.
Don't believe a word. Shalom, friend. Shalom. All
Can't
right,
tell him
friend.
who he's going to vote for. We should vote for Galerius. Emphasis on should. Pluto Dispeda, father of riches. Okay. Wooden carving. They've just fucking... What the hell? Symbol of fish carving and maybe another stage. Yeah, whatever. They just fucking defaced everything. Fucking rude. Right. Oh, could have gotten in another way. As if I never saw that. Alright, I need the Greek plaque. Is that going to be down in those tunnels again? Greek plaque. Oh, it's going to be in the cistern, isn't it? Are we going to have to go in the cistern now? I kind of don't want to.
Don't believe a word they tell you.
I have to go talk to the priestess again.
Greetings and salutations.
Hey, my friend. Have you discovered anything about my vanishing offerings?
I have, but just telling you about my birth golden rule.
Truly, my imagination runs wild. But if what you say is true, I will have to satisfy myself with being dissatisfied. Should I stop my offerings though? Is there any danger?
I would keep leaving them, trust me.
Very well. I will trust your judgment, my friend.
Now, was there something you wanted?
You know where I might find a Greek plaque?
And in a city full of Romans you are asking me? Because I am Greek. Let me tell you something about Greeks and Romans. My name is Georgios, yes. But the Romans, they do not care. They hear me say Georgios and they think, ah, he must mean Georgius. Good Roman name. They do this all the time. They see us worshipping Zeus, they copy us but call him Jupiter. They take Hades and call him Pluto, Persephone, Proserpina. I am flattered that they copy our ideas, but why must they change the names? Do they want credit for making it all up? Do they want to forget where it came from? At first, I pull my hair out. After a while, I give up, and I become Georgius the Roman. I accept the world is Roman. Plus, I have no hair left to pull. But my point is this.
I am bald.
If you want to know who stole an old Greek name, look no further than the sticky-fingered Romans. The plaque you seek was pilfered from a collection of old Greek relics by none other than Dully. He cannot help it. Like a typical Roman, he likes shiny things, especially those that once belonged to my people. And besides, it makes him happy. So I say, let him keep it. I believe he still has it with him, in his cell, just opposite the Temple of Demeter.
Oh. That'd be
I
good.
hope that our path.
So, he's gonna say, if you get me out, I'll give you it, and in which case we just need Gallius to be elected magistrate. Oh, we're going that way.
Hello?
Isn't the great temple majestic?
Hello? Have we met before? Do you like it? It's shiny, innit? It makes me happy just looking at it.
May I please have it?
But if I gave it to you, then I wouldn't have it anymore, and I'd be sad.
I need it for something really important.
But it's mine, and I really like it. I want to keep it.
Oh, Dooley. What's it gonna take for you to give it to me?
Well, if you get me out of here, then I wouldn't need it anymore because I'd already be happy. Then you could have it, and you'd be happy too.
Let me talk to the magistrate about getting you out of here.
Galerius already tried that. He said the magistrate wouldn't listen, no matter what. Like Galerius? He's nice. I like Galerius. He made me a doll and everything. But isn't the election already over? Oh, alright. Yeah, Galerius will let me out.
Right.
Then you can have my plaque and everyone
Have
will
I
be
missed the
happy.
election? Really?
Bye-bye.
Then why isn't everyone dead?
A new face. Arve, and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit?
What's the status of the election?
It already happened. Did you miss it? Arve,
Yeah, I did. So is Galerius magistrate? Because no one died. Where's Galerius?
Fortune smile on. Salve again, my Sisyphean friend. Now, what's on your mind?
What's your story?
Well, it's a long one and kind of sad, but I don't mind telling it.
I have time.
I'm a farmer. Always have. One day, my father told, but by the time I got back, my mother died of a more raiding started before too long. We'd come outside in the morning to find animals missing, our stores pillaged. These Legion thugs just took whatever they wanted. One night, when my sisters and I had nothing left to steal, there was a knock at the door. I knew who they were. Oh. All right, friend.
Oi! How did you get in there, you cheeky little stirp?
I hope you have a good reason for flouting my weapons ban. We're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. We have? Wait, if I understand correctly, someone is about to break the golden rule, forcing me to create a portal in time to bring you here? I must have entrusted you with figuring out who the culprit is. Only, I assume we failed, and you had to start over. Is that about right? If so... I see. Look, it's unfortunate, but all that matters now is that you make use of what you've learned and gathered, and do better next time. Now, I assume you've sought me out again for a reason?
I'd like you to release Dooley.
You mean Duilius? Releasing him is out of the question, I'm afraid. That man is a liability we simply cannot afford. Perhaps you're not aware he was caught multiple times, sneaking around in places he should not have been.
What exactly did he do?
Look, I can see where you're going with this. You think me cruel. I assure you that is not the case. You may not be aware of this, but it was not so long ago, during the Republic, the law of the 12 Tables would have required that he be killed as soon as he was born, owing to his deformities. Here we see to it that he has food, water, and shelter, and most importantly, he is able to continue living. A privilege that would be taken away from all of us, were he to be released and commit the crime of trespass. The man has no self-discipline, poor comprehension of what is going on around him, and is an incorrigible rule-breaker. I will not jeopardize the lives of my people so that one man can go free. Now, was there something else?
May I have the key to the upper cistern?
I think it's best if I hang on to it.
Why?
You mean to ask, why am I unwilling to trust a newly arrived non-citizen with access to our water supply, the lifeblood of this city? I'm sorry, but that is simply out of the question.
I think you're hiding something.
Yes, our water supply. From you. I wasn't born yesterday. Poisoning a city's water supply is the oldest trick in the Codex. Quite literally. Aeneas the Tactician wrote a siegecraft manual for military commanders some 300 years ago, recommending the poisoning or pollution of cisterns. And I'm beginning to wonder if the culprit we're looking for might, after all this, be you. Perhaps it was a mistake on my part to place so much trust in you. I'm glad to hear that.
Now, was there something else? Thank you.
So he's still the magistrate then. Sentius and Malleolus. Same excrement, different smell. I'm gonna nip in, see Claudia, see if she wants some wine.
I'm not supposed to be in here. Talk. My marital... Finally, this is outrageous.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Wait, wrong way. That was a close one. Bye, Sentius. Alright. I think somehow I need to get, what's his face to vote for Gallius as well.
Salve, friend. Oh.
Lucia,
Julia.
Lulia, Rufius,
Poor guy.
Fabia,
Alright, let me see.
Malleolus.
What?
That's it.
I'll go.
Alright, hold on. I have the citizens register. Okay, I'm gonna take a note here. Oh, eat. Okay. Okay. So the only people who can vote are the male citizens. So that's Decius. Domitius? Malleus' guard, right. Dooley won't be able to vote because he's locked up. Galerius won't be able to vote. I'm gonna write him down anyway. Georgius. Hannibal's dead. Horatius. Kabash is underneath. Livia, Lucretia, Malleolus. He won't be able to vote, will he? Rufius. Sentia, Centilla, Sentius. Ulpius. It took me ages to read that. Wow. Virgil. Okay. So I don't think Domitus... Dooley's locked up. Galerius is a candidate. Georgius votes for Galerius because he helps Hannibal. Fabia. Hannibal's dead. Horatius is Sentius's... Then Kabash is underground. Malleolus, no vote, I think. Rufius votes for Galerius. Sentius doesn't have a vote. Ulpius votes for Galerius. Virgil we don't know yet. Domitus probably doesn't vote. I think it should go to Gallius if we get to hold it now.
Wow, isn't that a big long bow?
Let me go speak to Julius. Is it Julius? Decius.
You, Tantalus, cannot catch the drops of water, and the tree you grow just as the ocean, but it does. Say it. Then it. I thought I had. He give. I would. There,
Actually, no, hold on.
there. I hope I. And now we.
Okay, thanks. I want you out the way. I already have a version of this. I have to take it. Okay. Nothing in here.
Filthy, lying degenerate.
Now I have a spare bow.
Hello there, friend. Are you well, stranger? Have you been out in the sun?
I told him
too
I was a
long?
time
You
traveler.
seem a little confused.
Who are you going to vote for?
Malleolus. I mean, Sentius couldn't even keep his daughter safe. What hope does he have of protecting us?
I'd like you to vote for...
Certainly. Very well. Another time.
What now?
I have a message from Malleolus.
Yeah? Who's it from?
The Emperor. He knows Malleolus's real name is Quinctius, thanks to Claudia, and demands he withdraw from the election and release Ulpius and Iulia immediately.
Are you out of your mind, farm boy?
Domitius, that's enough.
What? You're not going to listen to this dolt, are you?
Galerius, all right, I'll withdraw, and Ulpius and Julia are free. I trust our business is concluded?
Yes, that ought to do it. I guess I'll go and tell Ulpius the good news then.
Alright, I've got to nominate Galliolus, I think. Gallius. Where's the priestess? Is she still gonna be in here? Yes.
Are they?
Alright. No sneaking into there, I guess. Unless it's over that way. No? Nope.
That's quite an impressive bow you have there. Just like Diana's.
What is it, citizen?
Who you gonna vote
Not
for?
that it's any of your business. All right.
Sir? Are you under duress, sir?
I just had a change of heart.
But you were on track to be magistrate, sir. All that work, all that money, wasted.
Those are my orders. Carry them out.
As you wish, sir. Priestess, Malleolus has decided to withdraw from the election.
Oh, well, that's surprising. But thank you for telling me. I'll let everyone know. Citizens, I have an announcement. Malleolus has withdrawn his candidacy from today's election. Unless any new challengers are nominated by nightfall, Sentius will be re-elected magistrate by default.
Actually, I'd like to nominate myself, if that's all right.
Of course, Galerius, that's your right. Citizens, the election will proceed.
Hey!
Salve again, friend. I went and did as you asked, and
Chat.
It worked. How is it possible that you just
Troll
arrived here
in the
and
dungeon.
you already know everyone and exactly what's about to happen to them?
I wonder if there's a way I could set up like a sound alert. So like if anyone puts "by followers" in the chat, it goes "troll in the dungeon."
You could probably have it like probably set it to auto timeout if it ever says that website name.
Probably.
Because literally nobody's gonna say that ever.
You're a bit. Anyway, so
I have a feeling I'll do great.
oh, that's kind of you to say. Now I'm going to keep your secret. Although it's not as if I'll remember this next time we talk anyway, right? Oh, and if our conversations ever start to annoy you, just tell me you're busy. I know when I'm not wanted. May fortune smile on you, friend.
Alright, cool. He's gonna win. Julie will get out. We'll get the key to the cistern.
Shiny.
And I think. Wait, I wanna see if I can help Virgil.
face. Salve, and welcome to a little community. My name's impossible to pronounce for most people, so you can just call me Virgil. I hear we have you to thank for saving Julia's life. I'm glad you arrived when you did.
Who you gonna vote
Well,
for?
Cynthia seems to know what he's doing. Nobody's broken the golden rule under his watch so far.
Anything I can do to change that?
My vote isn't for sale, if that's what you're asking. Look, and then you go. I saw enough, so I. But that needless mile up. Nicer in any oil. This hyphen.
Cultists.
If all I.
Let me look into it for you.
Really? I didn't expect that. But thanks. It's always a pleasure to meet someone so selfless. I'm glad you arrived when you did. I'd start by figuring out who the cultists are. Or maybe ask around among the merchants here. Someone who lives or works in the forum must have seen something. But if you find them, please don't hurt or humiliate them. I suspect they're just confused.
I'll get right on it.
Come back and let me know what you find.
Salve. Hello there, friend. May I say, that is a glorious bow you're carrying. Do you mind if I ask where you acquired it?
No, believe me if I told you.
Well, I'll take your word for it. But perhaps you'd be interested in selling it to me. I mean, it's not as if you have any use for it down here.
It's not for sale.
Oh well, let me know if you change your mind. But for now, can I help you with something?
Any idea who's threatening Virgil?
I don't, I'm afraid. But I did overhear Fabia telling Georgius she saw something.
Alright then.
Very well.
Salve and welcome.
Do you know who's threatening Virgil?
Terrible shame, that is. Maybe this will help. Late last night, I was cleaning my oven when I heard some noises outside. The forum's usually dead quiet at that hour, so I came out to see what was going on. To be honest, I thought maybe poor old Dooley had got out of his cell and was snooping around again. So I put my head out and saw someone in front of Virgil's shop. I couldn't tell who, it was too dark. I called out to them, but they just turned and ran off without a word. All I remember is they ran past a lit torch, and the light glinted off something metallic. Armour, I think. So I suppose it could only be one of three people. Horatius, Domitius, or Rufius. I hope that helps.
Does help. Where are you going?
All right. Thanks again for taking care of our problem.
Hey, Sailor.
I won't forget
You
it.
coming for a little nuzzle? You. This is cold. Sailor. Baby. Hello, sweet bear. You gonna say hi to everyone? You gonna say hi? You gonna say hi? He doesn't want to say hi. But what if you said hello to all the viewers? All of them. No, he's just getting a cuddle instead. Meow says hi. Why don't you say hi back by meowing? He says no. Only grumble. Only grumble, Mum. You gonna lay down? You are? That's very sweet, Salem. Oh. He's gonna start batting at my mouse, isn't he?
Citizen. Name's Rufius. Better watch your step.
Are you the one threatening Virgil?
No idea what you're talking about?
Fair enough.
See you around.
against...
Maybe later.
What now?
Are you the one threatening Virgil?
What? Absolutely not. I know someone's been threatening him, and I'm not happy about it. But I can assure you, it isn't me.
Fair enough.
All right?
What now?
Are you the one threatening Virgil?
Do I seem like anonymous threats are my style?
Fair enough.
Whatever.
I shall have a look through their homes.
Isn't the great temple majestic?
Yeah, it is. I've gotten so used to the sounds of the statues turning their heads towards me.
Don't believe a word they tell you.
Alright. Ugh. He's Roman. Nothing suspicion here. Spook. There's no room for 2 kitty cuddles on my desk right now. Spook looks so perturbed. He's like, that's my spot. I am Kitty Master. Would you like the cloud?
Give me the cloud.
Take the cloud. Oh, Salem's now perturbed. Okay, bye, son. I am master of the puss. Whoa. Oh. Where? Is that you? Oh, it is Rufus. And he's got men's statues in here. And he's a cultist. Oh. Is this against TOS?
No, it protects you from TOS. Did you not read?
That's a big old dick. Oh, what's this? Kabash to Kabash. I told the creature about the dreams I've been having, and she said it might be to find me if I wrote them down. It was Kitty. That a dick. Okay, these are all the clues that Kabash was Egyptian then. Oh, I'm trying. There's so fucking many of you. There's nothing else in here, is there? Alright. I thought it might be Rufus, but that's the penis I've ever seen one. It's like at MIL's house, you sit in the front steps and takes about 3 seconds of the... Yeah. Oh, mother-in-laws. Yeah, that's what happens when we go see Max's mum. I'm barely sat down and the black cat Waffle will be like trying to curl up on me already.
citizen. Ah, you again.
Yeah, me.
No idea what you're talking about?
Found an incomplete letter to him in your quarters.
Look, I haven't been at my best lately. I know that. It's the rheumatism. It starts with constant pain in all your joints. Then the pain starts to mess with your head. Makes you angry.
No,
Mean.
baby.
I know that's not an excuse for how I acted. But it's the truth. But with the
I'm putting a
Wilbur,
picture of Max and Spook in the
I'm
Discord, and
already
you guys have to go
starting
look at it.
feel like myself again.
Put it in all kinds of fun
I'll
media.
leave him alone from now on. It's not as if I was ever going to hurt him anyway. I was just lashing out. I'm going to go and clean up the graffiti. Just forget this ever happened. Will you?
Aight.
Any news about my secret admirer? You went snooping in his place? Have you...
Yes, and it won't bother you at all.
Really? How did you Ah, poor fellow. I've heard that can really mess with a person's head. Well done for figuring that out.
Happy to help. I think he wants to help clean up the graffiti too.
Really? That's promising. I'll keep an eye out
Promising.
for him.
Who are you gonna vote for?
Well, since you seem... My vote...
Okay.
Nice to talk to you.
Lead resolved. Alright.
Ave again. Did you find what you need? It must be completed by... It'll be between Sentius. Why do you ask?
Can we start
As
now?
I said, I'm planning to hold it before dusk. Very well. Citizens, it is time. Let us meet to elect our magistrate.
Election starting.
Let's go. Oh, it's this way, right? Yeah. Alright, I think we should be good. I maybe could have swayed him by giving him my bow. But I need it. Hey, Sarah. I think we should be okay.
Citizens, we have
I think it might be a tie.
body of voters gathered here to elect the city's magistrate. The candidates are Sextus Sentius Imperiosus and late nominee Gallus Galerius Helva. Marcus Malleolus Gurges withdrew his candidacy earlier today. As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Galerius. He saved the life of my dear friend Fabia.
Dacius.
Sentius.
Virgil.
Cynthius.
Ulpius.
Galerius, the man who saved my life.
Rufius.
The man who treated my rheumatism. Valerius.
Citizens, you have made your decision. But it seems we have a draw. In the absence of a clear consensus, Sentius shall continue as acting magistrate until a new election is held. 1 month.
Right, I think I have to sway that guy. Virgil can't be swayed, but what the fuck's his name? Decius? Decius can be. Ah. Do I have gold? Oh, I do.
Wonder how much one of these statues. Hello there, Fred. Well, I'll take. Oh well, let me. Centius. Yeah? Certainly. For a few thousand. Pleasure doing business. Very well.
Alright, we can do it now. Hey, hold the election. Do it now. Do it now. Quicker, turn around. Talk to me. Do the thing. Julie!
It'll be, but why? As I said. Very well. Citizens, it is time. Let us meet to elect our magistrate.
Can I get into the Temple of Diana? No. How did I get back up? Do you remember how I got out the temple again? I won't be able to get back in. Jinx woke me up at 8 because the bowl was empty. Bear in mind I was home at 4:30, so I woke up, gave her food, said I would go bed again. She accepted at least. Woke up by 2 p.m. with empty boxes of his toys. Babies. Ba-ba-ba-doo.
Agreed, we shall dispense with ballots and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Galerius. He saved the life of my dear friend Fabia.
Dacius.
Galerius.
Virgil.
Cynthius.
Ulpius.
Galerius, the man who saved my life.
Rufius.
The man who treated my rheumatism. Galerius.
Citizens, you have made your decision. Your new magistrate
Woo!
is Alice Galerius Culver.
Woo! Go Galerius! Woo! Let's go Galerius!
I just want to say, this isn't something I ever wanted. Now that you put your trust in me, I'm going to do everything I can not to let you down. I'll need some time to put together a list of the changes I want to make around here. But I promise you, there will be changes. My first order is that Dooley is to be freed. Horatius, release him from his cell immediately. Please. Wait, do I need to say please? I suppose not. That's it. You can all get on with your day. Nothing else to see here. Move along.
We're finally alone. We have? Is that? Seems rather brave. Nothing really. It won't be long before the golden rule is broken. I dare say it won't affect me in the slightest. Thank you. I'll be...
Alright.
And it wouldn't have happened at all if it wasn't for a newcomer. So be sure to offer your thanks when you can.
I will. I will. Thank you, Galerius. I'm so happy.
I'd love to stay and chat, but I've got a lot of work ahead of me. Why don't you go to the baths? Then tell Georges I said you could have some new clothes. Then I want you to go home and rest. I'll speak with you soon, Dooley.
Can I have that plaque?
Oh, it is you. Then, thank you. You're a big helper. I was locked up, but they let me out again. I'm so happy. You can have my shiny plaque if you want.
Yes,
and maybe
please.
you can help me find my friend Hannibal used to look after me. And he said he always would.
That doll's having a great
But
time.
then he died. But before that, he told me if anything ever happened to him, I had to find something very precious.
What was it?
He gave me a key to the cisterns and told me to keep it safe. He said there's something very precious way up high. Please help me find it. Please. I had to keep it a secret until I found someone I could trust.
I'll help.
Oh, thank you.
It tours it away. It
Here's
is.
the key.
Whoop whoop. Upper cistern is below the great temple. The entry must be around there somewhere.
Hope you find it. In the... Oh, look, maybe it is treasure. I can see it for myself. So pretty. And it's just lying out here. Maybe nobody wants it. Maybe no one will mind if I just take it. Don't you dare.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Julie, no!
I don't want to go to Tartarus.
Oh, you bitch! Wait, where do I go? This way? The second he's out.
Salve, friend. Oh. Yulia. Poor bird. Alright, let me... I'll go.
Alright,
Ixien, but it... Say it. Then... I had... he give... and now we shall...
Alright, I've got to go up to the obelisk. Actually, I have to be up that way, don't I? God dang. That's the Sumerian one. That's the Roman one. The Greek and the Egyptian. Oh, heck. Oh. Osiris. Hades. Pluto. Pluto? There you go. Osiris. Hades. This is... Wait. Osiris? Nergal. Oh shit, son! Well, I didn't expect this. Hello?
And here you are. Allow me to introduce myself. As you have already gathered, I've been known by many names. Nergal to the Sumerians, Osiris to the Egyptians, Hades to the Greeks, and Pluto to the Romans. But the one constant through it all has been my title, God of the Underworld. And I've been watching you with curiosity, mortal, ever since your arrival. You are unlike the others, aren't you? And what is more, you carry a weapon that was never intended for mortals to wield, and you do it so brazenly. But there will be time for your reckoning later. First, as a reward for undoing the desecration of my obelisk, I will allow you to satisfy your curiosity. Ask what you will.
Are you responsible for the Golden Rule?
That is merely the name your people have given to it, but yes, it is my doing.
Why turn people into gold?
That is a story dating back to the very first wave. After the Sumerians finished building their city, the self-declared ruler threw a banquet to celebrate. Now this man was unmarried, and many women were vying to become his wife, a prestigious position of power and influence in a new world. Of all the women, two were particularly ambitious. Both were beautiful, and both arrived at the banquet wearing eye-catching dresses and painted faces, their hair woven in elaborate fashion. The first woman, recognizing that she would require an advantage to win the ruler's affection, draped herself in jewelry, ornate necklaces, bracelets, and rings fashioned from gold. Seeing this ostentatious display, the second woman grew envious, for she had no such jewelry at her disposal. She prayed aloud to any gods that would listen to cover her in gold. And when her prayer went unanswered, she took matters into her own hands. While the others indulged at the banquet, the second woman summoned the first for a discussion in a quiet place. She checked that nobody was watching and pushed her rival from the top of the ziggurat where she broke her neck on the rocks below. But I was watching, and I decided to answer her prayer. I took the golden bow left behind by Diana, and I shot that woman in the heart, covering her from head to toe in a layer of molten gold. And I left her to stand there, that she might serve as a grim reminder of what befalls those who sin in my domain. But that was not enough, for the entire city was tainted by her sin, and the wager could no longer be won. So I had no choice but to wipe the slate clean. I gilded them all to make way for a new wave, and began the wager again. And to this day, each of them, and all who came after, line the halls of this city, inanimate but conscious, suspended in time with only their sight and hearing preserved, so they may bear witness to and lament the folly of your kind for eternity.
Oh dear.
Silent golden sentinels.
You're responsible for destroying all those
I
lives.
give your kind a second chance in life, as well as ample warning about my law. And when you disobey, and you always disobey, you force my hand, bringing terrible suffering upon yourselves. And so you ask if I'm the one destroying your lives. And I say, no, you destroy yourselves. I am merely the means by which you do it.
It does a bit, yeah. Well, what do you consider a sin?
I've always considered that the cornerstone of morality is the ability to determine right from wrong on one's own. No attempt to lay out rules like your Code of Hammurabi or your 12 Tables of the Roman Republic can ever cover all possible scenarios. This should come as no surprise to you, since the core principle has been expressed in many forms by many of your civilizations. The Egyptians made a rudimentary attempt with do to the doer to make him do. The Greeks refined it with avoid doing what you would blame others for doing. The Roman Stoics added, treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Even the so-called cultists hiding among you often say, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. It is the simplest of concepts, and each one of you is born with the faculties required to apply it to any situation. Yet none of the peoples who expressed this rule were able to uphold it. Curious, is it not?
Yeah, it fucking is.
Enough. You clearly know nothing.
I've seen some terrible things that you didn't consider a sin. How could you let them happen?
Do you plan to speak in sweeping generalizations? Or are you going to give me an example?
Price gouging for life-saving medicine.
The merchant. How is that inconsistent with the rule I've outlined?
He wouldn't want someone else to demand an outrageous price for the medicine he needed if he was dying.
I disagree. Having watched this merchant, that is precisely what he would expect from others, and he would be quite capable of paying the price anyway.
I disagree with that.
Supposing you're right, then my law has been broken, and I should turn you all to gold immediately. Is that what you want?
Of course not.
Now tell me, what other sins do you believe I have overlooked?
Experiments on the golden statues.
The midwife in the palace, yes. How is that inconsistent with the rule?
She wouldn't want to be experimented upon if she was gilded.
The rule is do unto others, meaning other people. Those statues are something else now. Bloodless shadows, mere shapes of their former selves. They are forsaken. What happens to them is no concern of
Let's
now
see.
tell me, what...
Never mind.
Very well.
How do you know when people sin?
I'm able to commune with all of the statues in the city. Their ears are my ears, and their eyes are my eyes.
How do you say that name again? Is it Proserpina? Proserpina. Connected to the statues in the same way.
If she was still conscious, I suppose she could, but she's not. Why do you ask?
No reason.
Then what an odd question.
Let's talk about something else.
Very well.
What is this place?
It has come to be known simply as the Underworld, and it exists because of a wager I made long ago.
Who built this city? How do humans learn about the Underworld?
It is a regrettable story. One of the first men who came to this place was a king of Sumer, and a troublemaker. To be rid of him, I returned him to his people, on the condition that my servant erased his memories of this place. But the erasure did not take completely, and he told stories of this place as if describing memories of a dream. His tales were committed to writing, which came to be known as the Epic of Gilgamesh, and his words were twisted and distorted over generations. Later, the Egyptians would adapt Sumer's stories of the underworld, making them wildly intricate and labyrinthine. Their Book of the Dead and Book of Gates bore less and less resemblance to this place in their priests' pursuit of profit. Then, when the Greeks began to arrive, they proved far more cunning, and in a series of incidents that will not be repeated, 5 of them escaped. A warrior named Heracles, 2 kings named Sisyphus and Theseus, a poet named Orpheus, and a Trojan named Aeneas. They each told embellished tales of this place, how to get here, and how to escape. And so from Sumer to Egypt, Greece to Rome, your kind has always told each other stories about this place, though each story contained only a seed of truth.
How do you decide who comes here?
To ensure the wager was fair, it was important that my subjects were chosen at random. To this end, I had my servant distribute 1,000 tokens fashioned from silver, a rare element at the time, across all of Sumer. Whoever died while in possession of one of them would be located by my servant and ferried to this place, with no memory of how they arrived. As the tokens were discovered, they were traded, smelted, and fashioned into trinkets, and eventually coins, spreading to Egypt like seeds on the wind. Later, when they spread to Greece, they would come to be known as Charon's Obol, or as coins for the ferryman. Some placed coins in the mouths of their dead, hoping they would awaken here, though they had no way of knowing which coins were fashioned from the original tokens. In fact, almost all of the tokens are accounted for, only 2 remain. And so after this wave destroys itself, as it is destined to do, your kind will have squandered the last of its potential to ascend beyond this rock, and Persepolis along with it.
What was the wager?
That is a long story. You see, long ago, my kin and I set out from our home on Elysium to search for other forms of life among the stars. We discovered your planet and witnessed your kind evolving from primates into something lawless and barbaric. You all but destroyed yourselves, your 2 short lives being extinguished by violence and ignorance and disease. Yet Persepolis saw raw potential in you, and persuaded the rest of us it would be squandered without our intervention and stewardship. So we revealed ourselves to your people in a place called Sumer. We offered guidance in agriculture, toolcraft, and law, and you called us gods. For a time you flourished, but soon you were too many for us to oversee. And as you spread from that cradle of civilization, we saw something
That's interesting.
We
That's the
had sown
Sumerian
seeds of
creation theory, like
dependency
legit.
and confusion. And soon you return
Kinda.
to your old ways of violence and ignorance, this time in our name. My kin had seen enough and gave up on your kind, condemning you as barbaric and chaotic, scarcely more than animals. We began preparations to return to Elysium, our home world, a utopia unspoilt by conflict and unimaginable in its beauty. But my Proserpina could not bear to abandon your kind without guidance, and knowing it would force the rest of us to leave her behind, she made an extraordinary sacrifice. She gave up her immortality to descend permanently to the ranks of humankind. And so she began her inescapable trajectory toward death. Horrified, I acted swiftly. I placed her in suspended animation in a deep frozen sleep to prevent age and sickness from claiming her. And then I pleaded with Proserpina's father, who the Romans called Jupiter, to bring her with us to Elysium. It was and is my hope that once there, we might one day learn to undo what she has done to herself. But he refused. I did everything I could to persuade him, but he would not relent. He would rigidly uphold his final pronouncement. Humans were unworthy of ascension to Elysium, and no exceptions would be made. But seeing that I was aggrieved, he proposed a wager, the terms of which were as follows. If even one human city could prove itself capable of living without sin for a single year, then Proserpina and all of humanity would be permitted to join us in Elysium. My part would be to remain behind, the last of my kind, to watch over you, without interfering, and to sit in silent judgment. And so my reward has been to languish here, enduring a 3,000-year winter, waiting for the day your kind proves itself worthy of her faith in you, so that I might take her with me to Elysium and unthaw my goddess of springtime. And here I am, after all this time, still waiting.
Oh, who built the city?
As the first wave of your kind arrived from Sumer, I had them build a city in their own fashion, so that they might be comfortable and recreate their lives here. I had them build the entrance as a vertical shaft leading to baths, to cleanse them of the sins of their former lives, and to prevent escape. I watched wave after wave of Sumerians arrive, and as their civilization declined over the centuries, they were replaced by Egyptians. Of course, believing themselves to be the superior civilization, the Egyptians promptly built over what had been built before, and made all the same mistakes. After another 1,000 years, the Greeks began to arrive, and then the Romans, and they all did the same thing. They built upon the underworlds of their predecessors, renamed their gods, and ensured their foundations were forgotten.
Oh.
Of course. Good. Then now it is time for your reckoning. Only, it seems, something is wrong. It has long been within my power to see into the hearts of mortals and weigh their deeds in life. But when I peer into you, I see only a blank slate, as if you did not exist until you appeared in this city. How is this possible? Charon, where did you find this one?
I do not remember ferrying you. How did you come here?
I'm from the future.
If that is true, then I sense the intervention of someone powerful.
How did you come to be in this time, mortal? Who brought you here?
He cannot know.
I was hoping you could tell me.
I do not know. My kin departed long ago, and Proserpina has slumbered for 3,000 years.
That means you don't know everything that goes on here.
Tread lightly, mortal. Enough of this. It seems I will need to put your reckoning on hold for now. But answer this. Why have you come here? What is it you seek?
I'd like you to put an end to the golden rule.
Your hubris is amusing, so I will allow you to make your case. But I warn you, if you anger me or waste my time with lies or wrong-headed arguments, you face death here. So, tell me, why should I put an end to the so-called golden rule?
The golden rule is corrupting the city and ensuring you'll never win the wager.
How so? And be specific. You have made a grave allegation, and I expect you to back it up.
Price code influence.
He is a volatile and confused fellow, that one. True. I have witnessed him doing that. Pathetic. You will need to do a lot better than that.
How, that one.
That is a very serious accusation, mortal. What sin have I committed? What evidence do you have to support it?
Didn't you abduct Proserpina and imprison her here?
I am well aware of the story told by the Greeks and Romans of my so-called abduction. It is entirely unfair. My love was dying, and I intervened the only way I could to save her life. What would you have done?
She didn't choose to die.
It was an act of rebellion against the others. She knew I would have to act to save her, and I did because I loved her. I love her still. Accordingly, I reject your argument.
You've trapped people in the city against their will.
These people were all dead when my servant found them. I gave them a second chance at life. Would you prefer to have simply ceased to exist?
Maybe?
Then you still have the option to end your life should you wish, and you are no worse off than if I had not intervened. Accordingly, I reject your argument.
You've given terrible punishments to hundreds of people for some minor sins and some who committed no sins at all.
Every one of those people was guilty of failing to ensure their peers lived virtuously. They failed collectively, and so they were punished collectively. The Romans understand this, as did the Greeks before them. Ah, but I am a god, and you are a mortal. Why would you expect me to treat you as I treat my own kind? You are not a peer. You are not a respected equal. Let me ask you this. Do you treat insects as you wish to be treated? Do you care for their well-being as you would your fellow man? Do you ensure they have food and shelter and protection from predators? Do you give them rights?
No.
Of course not. Because that would be absurd. Just as it would be absurd for me to treat your kind as equals.
Your kind and mine can't be so different given that you're in love with one of us.
My love for her does not mean I am not superior, now that she is mortal.
Sounds arrogant. Perhaps you're not as different as you.
Bah!
Bah!
For a moment I thought you might have been building to a point. But I see now you are just a hubristic little creature.
If you're doing this for love, you should know that Proserpina doesn't love you.
I see what you are doing. You are trying to undermine the one thing keeping me anchored here. You are playing a dangerous game. You have no idea how close you just came to eternal torment, mortal. You will need to do better than that. Do you really think you can wound me, a god, with that primitive weapon? Pathetic. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
I die? I think I died. Not yet. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Come here, let me. Oh, shite, wrong way. Is this the right way? I don't think it is. Nope, I went completely the wrong way. Oh, bollocks. Getting there. Oh, bollocks. Mages away. I could not have chosen a worse route. Oh. I think I've got to go into the cistern and like find out some more stuff under there before I try and do anything else. Do I have the crown? Yes.
Salve, friend. You? Poor. All right. What? I'll go, but
Alright, finally we're going into the cistern. And I think I know what we'll find in there. Yeah, yeah.
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not?
Because I'm badass.
Hey, you're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you? Well, it's...
Ah. It's a long way up. Should I look around somewhere else first? I'll keep looking around before I go up there. It's not as scary as I thought, actually. Luna pendant, there's a Latin inscription on the back. It says, "Send dia death." Okay. Maybe there was a way to get in from that way. Oh, this way. Crushed creature. Emaciated human-like creature spattered in gold appears to have been crushed to death while entering the system from the cave beyond. Aye. Should we go down that way now? I guess it's the only place to go now. Roman woman. Roman woman. Roman man. Roman man. Nice. Aha!
You? Who are you? Did he send you?
Frankie and nobody sent me.
Do you know you're here? You have to help me escape before that monster comes back.
What's going on here?
I'm Centilla. I found a way out through the Gate of Horn, but it's locked. So I told him about it, and instead of helping me escape, he locked me up. He wants to keep us all here forever, or until we're turned to gold. He's a monster. You have to let me go so we can kill him and take his key.
How hasn't this broken the golden rule?
I don't know. He said the gods are on his side because they don't want us to escape either.
Where's the way
Behind
out?
me. There's an aqueduct tunnel bringing water from outside the city, so it should lead us outside. The only problem is it's barred by a heavy locked gate, and he has the only key.
Who did this to you?
Sentius, my adoptive father. Furies help me. I'll castrate and crucify him.
What will you do if I release you?
I'm going to take that key from around his neck, even if it means cutting his throat to get it. I'm done caring about the golden rule. I just want out. Help me, and we can escape together.
What about the others?
There won't be enough time. Just you and me. What do you say? There's no time. Wait, did you hear that? He's here. Quick, you have to let me go. It's now or never. What? No, you can't just leave me here. How can you be so heartless?
No, let's just rational escape. Change my mind, let you go. Forget the others.
It's no use. You'll never persuade him of anything. I'm telling you, he's a monster. Please.
I need to
You're
try.
making a mistake.
If I go this way... Oh no! Fook. I can't remember what I did in the Skyrim mod to get the best ending. Ugh. Hold on, there's better ways down, surely. Sorry, I'm reloading because I'm lazy. I'm gonna take this zip line. Whee! Oh.
Good news, Ulpius. Malleolus has agreed to release you and Yulia from your debts.
What? Are you messing with me?
I wouldn't do that. You're both free.
We're free. We're free. Thank you. It seems fortune smiles on us after all. I'd better go and pay a visit to Yulia immediately.
give the amulet to Dooley. Where's he again? This way.
Hello? Hello?
Let's talk about your treasure.
Did you find it?
I did.
What was in there?
Learned some very important things in there that they might help us even more.
Confused.
It is precious, just not in the way we thought.
Oh. Do you like it? It's shiny, innit? It makes me happy just looking at it.
Yeah, please have it.
If I gave it to you, then I wouldn't have it anymore, and I'd be sad. Like... Yeah. Bye-bye.
I guess I can't trade it for the amulet.
Wonder how much one of these statues. Hello there, well. Oh well. Malia. Malia. Certainly. Very well.
Can't do that yet then.
Shiny.
Hey, hey, hey. It's a recipe. Alright, can I talk to Elpius yet?
Citizen.
What is it, citizen? Alright.
I can't talk to him about it. I think I've just got to talk to the magistrate. Taking you with me to the kitchen to start dinner. Cool, let's go.
Oh, another one fresh out of the... Oh, you...
Found this pendant in the cistern. Any idea whose it was?
Oh no, that's Scintilla's. The question is, what was it doing in the cistern?
Found it around the neck of a skeleton.
A skeleton? What do you mean? But didn't Domitius say there's some kind of creature down there that killed and ate Hannibal? Could it not have attacked her too?
What if the Scannibal was Hannibal's?
What are you saying? That somebody crept... Why would anyone... But who? Who could have a reason to do that? That is an extremely serious accusation. I take it you have something to back it up. So this is just base. I've heard enough. I won't have you peddling. Kindly keep your insane conspiracy. Let me grieve my sister's death in...
You shouldn't have said that. Magistrate, you're in deep shit.
We're finally alone. Is that... Seem... Me? What are you talking about? You know, you remind me of him. Al Worth.
Ooh.
The fellow who came through the portal before you.
You remember him?
Come now. Surely you didn't think you were the only one here who remembered everything. You see, my connection to the portal somehow preserves my memories from one week to the next. Whether that was Proserpina's intention or a happy accident, I'll never know. But I'm surprised you hadn't noticed. Here I was thinking you're a little bit sharper than Al was. Or perhaps you're just more willing to break the rules. He was a moralistic fellow, never once compromised on his principles. And because of that fatal flaw, he relived this day many thousands of times before we finally had this conversation. I watched him come through the portal each time, always a little older, a little more disheveled, a little more haunted. And when he finally saw the futility of it all, as you're about to, it broke him. He drank a jug of wine, tied a noose around his neck, and took his own life, just before he was shot with a golden arrow. The next time I awoke, you showed up, but you've caught up to where he was so quickly. I mean, you've lived through the day, what, 10 times? Most impressive. And yet everything you've done has been in vain, because there's no escape, except the path that Al took, the path he wrote about on his tablet. What was it? Ah, yes. Best to take your own life now. So, you discovered my secret. So what? What are you going to do about it? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I have grown attached to all this. My
Always
title,
a dick.
my beautiful
Always a dick.
villa, the sun on my face, the music of birds chirping. And as long as this day keeps repeating itself, I get to enjoy it all, over and over again, for eternity. Don't you see? I have found a way to prolong my life indefinitely, to cheat death. I have become, in effect, as immortal as the gods. Can you honestly say you would not wish the same for yourself?
Hand over the key to the exit.
And why would I agree to that?
What's to stop me from... you might have an uprising on your hands.
You might want to think that through. If anyone so much as touches me, everyone dies.
This isn't over.
I certainly hope not. In fact, I want it to go on and on forever, until you wither and die like Al did, and the gods send yet another useful idiot to extend my life for me.
I'll find a way to break the cycle and you with it.
What are you going to do? Beg the gods for help? They don't care about you, and neither do I. Now, get out of my villa. I'm bored with you.
What's next? Now do we go back to talk to the god? Or the Elysian?
Whatever are you wearing? Let me.
I found out your father's been keeping her tied up in the upper cistern.
What?
It's no joke.
No. Father, is this true?
I'm afraid it is.
I don't understand. Why? Why would you do such a thing?
Because you found a way out. And if you're wondering why I'm telling you this, it's because you're never going to remember any of it. All I have to do is commit a sin, and the day will begin again. Watch this. I'm going to kill you now.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
So that didn't work. order. Oh well. Pooh. I think it would have auto-saved after I talked to him.
Kindly keep your insane conspiracy theories to yourself.
No, just before.
Let me
All weapons are to be tossed into the chasm. Magistrate's orders.
That's quite an impressive bow you have there. And you...
I found my way into the Great Temple.
You did? I'm impressed. What did you find in there?
Roman temple leads to a Greek temple, which leads to an Egyptian temple, leads to Sumerian. Oh god.
Wait, what? Sumerian? As in east of the Euphrates, where Babylon is? Let me see if I understand you. Our ancestors built over the Greeks' temple, copied their religion, and changed their god's name from Hades to Pluto. But the Greeks had done much the same thing to the Egyptians, and the Egyptians had done the same things to the Sumerians before them. If that's true, then I've spent my whole life serving a goddess who may well have been a copy of a copy of a copy. It's no wonder I never felt like my prayers to Vesta were answered. All that time. Who was I even talking to? Did I even know her name?
God within the temples, seems he's the last one. The rest were here once, but they've moved on.
I see. That is a lot to take in. I think I would like to be alone now, if you don't mind. Ave again.
I'll be going.
See you again soon.
I'm gonna go... I don't know what to do. I'm gonna go talk to the philosopher. See if he can help me out. I'm gonna have to listen to him really carefully and try to remember what he says, and that's gonna be hard for me. Come on, Frankie, engage hyperfocus.
Ah, a visitor. Welcome, welcome. May I ask your name?
I've had this conversation before. You're going to explain that the exertion of power required to create a utopia will always result in tyranny.
I was indeed. But we've never met before, have we? I'm sure I would have remembered. Blessed Lissa, am I losing my memory?
I'm caught in a time loop.
Oh, that's a relief. For a moment, I thought it was I who was touched by madness.
How would you persuade the god of the underworld to abolish the golden rule?
I assume you're asking me this as some kind of amusing hypothetical?
Sure.
The way you say that, you met him, didn't you? Why didn't you just say so? I'm only too happy to help. I suppose first I'd want to gather information. I'd want to know about his reasons for imposing the Golden Rule and what he considers a sin. If I could expose some internal inconsistency in his reasoning, some degree of hypocrisy, I might be able to compel him to change his position. But as a philosopher, the saddest truth I ever learned is that all but the most enlightened opponents are more easily swayed by appeals to emotion than by reason. So the easiest path would be to find his emotional susceptibility and exploit it. If he was vain, I might try to flatter him. If he was merciful, I would try to evoke pity. As a last resort, I might figure out what he fears losing above all else, and, if I could, threaten to take it away. Though, of course, that could easily go awry. Now, go quickly while my words are still fresh in your memory.
Should we go now? I want to tell Ulpus about Scintilla. I kind of want to... I wonder if you can get down to the... up to the cistern and be there when the magistrate's there. Kill him there, because I think he's getting away from it, because again we're getting away with it because there are no statues to watch him. I think.
Oh, Veg. See you again.
I hope you're coping. Sorry, was there something you wanted? Lucretia says I'm supposed to rest. All right.
Quick save. Go find Ulpius. Nice Galerius.
Salve again, friend. How is it? Oh, come on. You're Sisyphus with he for Tantal. Oh.
Yep.
Anyway, so oh, now I'm going to keep your secret. Oh, and if our conversation. I saw you slide down that rope before. There and straight. Oh, of course. Anyway, I'm sorry.
What do you need?
Well, I've been trying to get this rare flower from the rock spire in the middle of the lake. It's too steep to climb, so I hung a rope over the lake and made this pulley device, only I, couldn't quite summon the nerve to use it. Do you think you could use the device again and try to get that flower for me?
Why do you need it?
I don't really feel comfortable talking about it.
Do you have a little crush on someone?
Look, I'll tell you everything if you get it for me, alright?
Sure.
Oh, thank you. It would help
Why
me
not?
a lot. There's no rush, just whenever you get a chance.
I'll get right on it.
Alright.
Okay, so I have to drop down somehow. Let's give it a go! Almost.
Don't believe a word. Shalom, friend.
Okay.
All right, friend.
Okay. I thought I'd be able to talk to Ulpius about it. He was a lover. Guess not. Oh! No! God dang. Okay, almost. One more time! I want to know who he has a crush on. I think it'd be really cute if it was the priestess. Maybe it's the barmaid. Nah, the barmaid's nah. He said something nasty about her, I think, at the beginning. Like, right at the beginning. No! Oh, I think I got it! Aha! Cool. Third time's the charm. Galerius! I got your flower.
Salve again, my Sisyphean friend. Now, what's on your mind?
Get your flower.
Brilliant! You did it! Well done!
Eee!
This is going to make her so happy. Equitia, I mean.
Ha!
Just have to figure out how to give
Called
it
it.
to her. What I really want to do is walk up to her, give her the flower, and confess I've been madly in love with her since the moment we met. But on the other hand, I can't shake the feeling that the consequences could be terrible.
It's the worst that could happen.
You mean, aside from her execution? You see, Equitia is a Vestal priestess, meaning she's taken a vow of chastity, the breaking of which would be an extremely serious affront to the gods and a capital offense. Even if she was just suspected of being unchaste, it could lead to her execution. Unchaste Vestals get buried alive. Oh, and I'd get flogged to death for good measure. But at the same time, she's just so kind and graceful, and I feel so much love for her that if I don't tell her, it'll burn a hole in my chest. I don't know what to do. What do you think? What would you do?
I think if you really love her, you need to get over it now.
Now that I hear you say that out loud, I hear how crazy it is. I think maybe I need to be a bit more cautious. What I need is a go-between. Someone who can tell her how I feel and find out how she feels
I guess that's what I'm
without
gonna
risking
do.
her life. What do you say? Do you think you could help me one more time?
Yeah, okay.
Wonderful! Now, all I need you to do is give her the flower and tell her it's from a secret admirer. Tell her I'll keep my distance and that I just want her to know that she's loved.
That's sweet.
Thank you. Come back as quick as you can and tell me what she says.
I've been on another 4 hours. Never thought this game would be 8 hours long. That's excellent. And I'm not even finished. Boop, boop, boop. Hey, got a flower for you. Oh, okay. Hi.
Salve again. Did you find what you need?
Someone wanted me to give you this flower.
Oh, how lovely. It just happens to be my favorite, too. Who do I have to thank for this?
I'm supposed to tell you it's from a secret admirer and then I'll keep the distance. Just want you to know you're loved.
I see.
Don't believe
So,
a word
it's from
they tell you.
Galerius, then?
You know already?
Of course I do. I think everyone in the city knows. That man is a wonderful human being, and my favorite person in the world. But he is the least subtle secret admirer you could imagine. The way he looks at me with those puppy dog eyes.
Oh.
Plus, he's been trying for weeks to get his hands on this flower. He went to so much effort, too. Suspending that rope above the lake, inventing that pulley device all on his own. He'd just stand there each morning, looking at the flower, trying to summon the courage to seize it. Oh, my heart.
What What should I tell him?
Tell that adorable oaf that my Vestal's vow of chastity ends once I turn 36. So if we ever make it out of here, and he doesn't mind waiting a few years, then tell him I love him too.
Oh, I'm sure I'll be happy to hear that.
I hope so. See you again soon, I hope.
Move, bitch! Get out the way!
Salve. Salve again, my Sisyphean friend. Now, what's on your mind? Thanks. What did she say?
She knew it was from you. She asked me to tell you that once she turns 36, she's allowed to marry and that she loves you too.
Venus, that is the best news I've ever heard in my life. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. You have no idea how happy you've made me. I wish there was something I could do to thank you properly, but I don't have much to offer you. All I can do is tell you where there's a secret stash of coins you might be interested in.
Don't worry about it.
Thank you, friend. But I'd feel bad if I didn't tell you anyway. In the rock tunnel, near the stairs, there's a little doorway set into the rock. Inside, if you look carefully, you can see a chest. Unfortunately, one of those golden huntress statues is blocking the path, and I'm not game to move it. If you can figure out how to get past it, I reckon there might be a small fortune waiting for you. I hope that helps in some way. All right, friend.
How do I move him? Let me get over you. Rude.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Ha! Now what, bitch? Shite. I guess that doesn't work. When was my last save? When did it auto-save last? I should really save before I do dumb stuff.
Thank you. Come back as quick as you can and tell me what she said.
Oh. Oh. Pardon me.
Ave again. Did you find what you need? Oh, how lovely. It just happens to be... I see. Of course, that lucky. I hope... I'm quite sure... I would... As you... See you again.
Cool.
Salve again, my Sisyphean friend. Now, what's on your mind? Thank you. Unfortunately, one of those golden huntress if you can figure out... All right, friend.
The lag's starting to get to me now. A little like dropped frame rates. Oh, oh, oh! Oops.
What is the meaning of this? Leave me.
Okay. Oh, it's a tree.
Are they?
You got there quick.
I hope you have a good reason for flouting my weapons ban.
Yep, I do actually. Whoa! 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 Shite. I think I should just go talk to the god again. Yeah. I want to do a proper save before I go talk to the dude. Oh yes, the dude.
Salve.
Salve. Alright, y'all ready? Pluto. Hades. Osiris. Nergal.
introduce myself. As you have already gathered, I've been known by many names. Nergal to the Sumerians, Osiris to the Egyptians, Hades to the Greeks, and Pluto to the Romans. But the one constant through it all has been my title, God of the Underworld. And I've been watching you with curiosity, mortal, ever since your arrival. You are unlike the others, aren't you? And what is more, you carry a weapon that was never intended for mortals to wield, and you do it so brazenly. But there will be time for your reckoning later. First, as a reward for undoing the desecration of my obelisk, I will allow you to satisfy your curiosity. Ask what you will.
See this? Serpent's crown.
I would recognize that anywhere, and yet my beloved still wears hers. What is this? How did you come by it?
Took it from her after I killed her in the timeline.
You vile, despicable creature. Why would you do such a thing? And worse still, boast about it.
Could do this all day, and the golden rule, or I will. But no, I don't want to kill her, but if you won't put an end to the golden rule, I'll do it again.
You have put me in an impossible position. If I refuse, you will murder her. And yet, if I agree, I will lose my wager and return to Elysium, humiliated and alone.
Yeah, you will. Well, what's gonna be?
I do not see that I have a choice in this. Your treachery and savagery have opened my eyes like nothing I have witnessed in 3,000 years. And now you have shown me your species' true colors. And I see that Proserpina was a fool to have ever believed in you at all. This has gone on too long. It is time for me to let go of this form, of her, of all of you. But know this, if I abandon the wager and leave for Elysium, neither she nor your kind may ever ascend.
We can't. We just want to return to the world.
Very well. I
Hey!
will have Charon make arrangements to ferry the others. But as for you, be aware you will be separated from the rest.
Why?
Once this exodus begins, the events that brought you to this moment will never have taken place, and you will have created a paradox. What will become of you is difficult to predict, but that is the risk you have taken by interfering in the natural flow of time. Now, are you ready?
I'm ready.
You had best pray our paths never cross again, mortal.
Ooh! I think we did it. This is one ending, at least. Azal!
Oh. Well, here I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
I was hoping you'd know who I am.
Know who you are? I barely remember how I got here myself. Oh, did that lady in the forest send you in here after me? I guess I lost track of time, learning about the history of this place, and it is extraordinary. I'm fairly certain you and I are the first people to set foot in this city for about 2,000 years. Fortunately for us, the last person in here was a Roman man named Galerius, who inscribed an account into a tablet. Apparently, there was a community of 20-something people trapped in here, and living in fear of a curse they called the Golden Rule. They believed that if even one person sinned, an unknown god would cast them all into gold, like the 1,000 people who'd lived here before them. Then, one day, just as Galerius had finished praying for a good harvest at the shrine of Proserpina, an oracle appeared and told him how to solve the ills of the city, like saving the life of a dying woman, preventing the suicide of a man in debt bondage, freeing a falsely accused prisoner, foiling an assassination attempt, and so on. Meanwhile, the oracle walked up to the temple of the mysterious god, this one right here, and demanded an audience. And the doors just opened up to her. Nobody knows what went on in there, but Galerius wrote the oracle must have been more persuasive than Odysseus, because the next thing he knew, the ground shook and the voice of that god rang out over the city. The many have suffered long enough. Unfortunately, Galerius' account just sort of stops after that, leaving a lot of questions unanswered. What became of him and the other people who lived here? What happened to all the golden statues? And did this mysterious oracle single-handedly undo the curse that had terrorized people for hundreds of years?
The Romans are crazy.
I don't know, it reads like an earnest account to me. Anyway, I think I found a way out through the aqueduct that brought water into the city. Follow me.
I'm right behind you.
I'm gonna pause here for a moment and make sure nobody else has ever lured into this temple.
Good idea.
You go on ahead. I'll be...
Hey, we did it! I want to know what happened after, though. I mean, I imagine they're all okay, since Galerius could write the thing, but did they get out, or did they stay in the city? There's Karen.
You're back! But you're alone. Does that mean you didn't find Al?
I found him. He'll be here in a moment.
Oh, what a relief. Thank you so much. I was beginning to think you'd both become trapped in there. Why don't you tell me what you discovered while we wait?
Discovered the ruins of an ancient... Discovered you're not who you said you are. I remember meeting you 2,000 years ago.
Ah, I see.
Ah!
I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions.
Who are you really?
You can just call me Charon, if you like. I am sorry I was not completely honest
Yeah, me too,
with you when
meow.
we first met. I do not enjoy deceiving people. Believe me, I do not. But I have learned, from 5,000 years of experience, that most people find comfort in familiarity, in gradual change, and coming to see the truth in their own time.
Super creepy. What truth is that?
That you died, of course. You were dead when I brought you here. My role, as the servant of the god of the underworld, has always been to assist the chosen to cross the threshold from the land of the living to the land of the dead.
I mean, I guess they were all dead anyway, so... Did they get into an afterlife? How did I die?
Usually, when people do not remember how they died, it is because they suffered a terrible trauma. Most souls would rather not remember. Ask yourself honestly, do you really want to know?
Yeah, I want to know.
As you wish. You were murdered. You were exploring an old tomb when you discovered a cache of forgotten relics, including 2 silver coins of ancient origin. Unfortunately, as you emerged into daylight, you were set upon by 2 thieves. A nearby hiker saw the scuffle break out and leapt to your aid, trying to help you recover your bounty. You both fought bravely, but your assailants were armed, and you were not. There was nothing you or your ally could have done. He died instantly at the scene, and you followed a few hours later.
Al saved me?
That man's name was Al Worth.
Aww.
You were each in possession of a sacred coin, called Charon's Opal by some, and so it was my duty to bring you here.
Oh, Al tried to save me. Luther said the coins Al and I had were for the last existence. What does that mean for you?
It means I am now bereft of purpose. There is nobody else to ferry here. Nobody to keep you company. After 5,000 years, the underworld has finally run its course.
What's so special about these coins?
Perhaps you have heard the tales of the Greeks and Romans burying their dead with a coin in their mouths.
I guess I already know that.
To pay the ferryman for passage across the river. Well, those stories contained a seed of truth, but not any coin would do. A long time ago, my master created 1,000 silver coins and had me distribute them across the world. My orders were simple. Whenever a person died in possession of a coin, I was to locate them and ferry them here.
Alright then. Yes, Pluto mentioned that my coin was the last in existence. What does that
It
mean?
means there is...
Can you return us to the land of the living?
I see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now. Al! It's so good to see you. You were gone so long I thought I'd never see you again.
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found. The ruins of a long-forgotten city. And there was a tablet describing an oracle who confronted a god and undid an ancient curse.
Sounds like quite a story. And I look forward to hearing all about it. But you two look exhausted. Why don't you hop in my boat and rest while I ferry you back to civilization?
Sounds good to me.
And you? Are you ready to go home?
Ferry us home. One year later? Ooh! Me and Al married?
Hey, you made it. It's great to see you again. I read your book, and what the critics said about it. I guess they weren't ready for your theories about the underworld. Anyway, after everything you've been through, I thought you might appreciate some good news. So after we got back to the real world, I started doing some research into the people mentioned in Galerius' tablet. And I found something strange. I'm sorry I've been so cryptic. I've been dying to tell you, I just really wanted you to see this for yourself. Why don't you head on down there? I'll catch up with you at the other end.
Oh, cool. Sumerians? Egyptians? Greek? Romans? Dude.
You're finally here. Remember me?
What are you doing here, Galerius?
Crazy story. After you disappeared, Charon appeared and told us she was returning us to the world. Even gave us some coins to help us start our lives over. Only, for some reason, she returned us to your world instead of ours. Anyway, I know we only ever had that one conversation, and I wasn't even sure if you'd remember me, but I wanted to say thanks for freeing us from the underworld and giving us a second chance at life.
What are you doing with yourself these days?
Oh, I used Charon's gift to buy a farm in Umbria. Got a villa on it too, with enough room for Dooley, of course. It's hard work, but I sleep soundly every night. I'm finally my own man, and I wouldn't change it for the world.
You're with Aquitia now?
I know. I can't believe my luck either.
Yeah, that's an
But
awesome
we're
ending.
engaged and living together. We're planning to get married next spring. If you're going to be around, we'd love to see you there.
Of course. Count me in. It's good to see you
Of
again.
course. There's a whole museum full of people waiting for a chance to thank you, so you better keep moving. We'll speak again soon, my friend.
Oh, hello.
You're here. It's so wonderful to see you again.
Oh, she's so pretty. Good to see you too.
So, you're the hero who somehow vanquished the last of the Roman gods. As I'm a priestess, you realize you've put me out of work. I'm just teasing. Actually, and it still feels a little sacrilegious to say this, I'm finding life after religion quite enjoyable.
No, pardon me. How's Livia?
Oh, it's sweet of you to ask. She recovered nicely. In fact, she's here somewhere, if you'd like to ask her yourself.
I'll do that. What are you doing with yourself these days?
Galerius and I are engaged and expecting. We've just bought a lovely villa in the countryside.
She's preggo!
With room for a
They
large
got
family.
busy!
Of course. It feels like the world has just opened up for us. There's so much to learn, and so many more possibilities for our children than we ever imagined. We're just so thankful for what you did for us. For all of us.
It's good to see you again.
At the wedding, I hope.
Dooley! With a speed backpack.
Hello, I'm Dooley.
I remember who you are.
Galerius said you're very nice and a big helper.
I'm so happy
and
for
getting us
them.
out of the bad place. I didn't like it.
Sorry you never found your treasure.
Oh, I forgot about that. I like my box now. Galerius got me a box that tells stories. It's my favourite thing.
I wonder if I mean to TV. Storyboxes are great, aren't they?
Yeah, they're fun.
Oh, Dooley's so cute. What are you doing with yourself these days?
I live at Galerius and Equitia's house. They look after me now and help me remember when I forget things, like brushing my teeth.
Oh, he's so cute. It was good to see you again. Ah, baby. Fuck you. That's... Oh, Navia and Lucretia. I think the
hello.
barmaid? Was it Aventia or something like that? And maybe... I don't know. Dominus? Is that his name? Domitius? Oh, it's Lulia. Yulia.
You're here.
I am.
It's so good to see you again. How are you?
I'm kinda kush. Lucretia.
You are here. It's nice to finally meet you.
Hey, Lucretia.
Lucy is fine. I'm making an effort to blend in, as you can see. We are all trying to keep a low profile. If the world knew we died 2,000 years ago and were suddenly brought back to life 12 months ago, they'd never leave us alone. Speaking of which, I wanted to say thank you in person. I'd say the gods smile on you, but I hear you drove the last of them off. So...
What are you doing with yourself these days?
I'm studying to get into medical school. As much as I resented the responsibility of keeping everyone in the city alive, when it ended, I realized I missed it. So I guess I'll just keep saving the world, if begrudgingly, one patient at a time.
Oh, I like that. It's good to see you.
You too. Don't be a stranger.
Did Yulia not want to speak to me?
Hello again.
There we go. What are you doing with yourself these days?
Oh, I barely recognize myself. I'm living in a house share in London with my wonderful girlfriend. And I'm studying English at university. Eventually, I want to travel the world and write about it. Turns out, it's about 30 times bigger than the Roman Empire ever was.
Yeah, it is.
You know there are entire continents Rome never knew existed.
Yes.
And you can travel almost anywhere in an aircraft, which is rather like flying on a Pegasus, but much more comfortable. Oh, sorry, you already know all that, of course. I'm just so excited. There's so much to see and learn and write about.
Seeing the world through fresh eyes sounds wonderful.
I have noticed people from your time have no idea how fortunate
It's
they
a good
are.
ending, Max.
I hope to change that. One day.
It's good to see you again, Julia.
You too. If you're ever in London, let me know. We can go to bars and drink wine and listen to the stories of the 9 million people who live there.
I'll take you up
I
on that.
hope so.
Let's get turned!
Hey.
Oh, Horatius. Hi.
It's good to see you again. I understand we have you to thank for giving us a second chance at life. And reuniting Scintilla with us as well.
Oh good, Scintilla came back.
Thank you.
What are you doing with yourself these days?
I'm living up north and studying in the military academy in Modena. I'm going to be an officer one day. The world's changed a lot. But some things stay the same. Would you believe we're still studying military tactics from my time? Alexander the Great, Caesar, Hannibal Barca. Still, I have to keep challenging myself to let go of old ways of thinking and embrace the new. As Seneca wrote, the ones who pioneered our paths aren't our masters, but our guides.
I like him. Sorry I never got to see you, Gil, again.
Ah, you remembered that. Thank you. I grieved for a time, but that's done. In the words of Epictetus, as those who rode behind triumphant generals remind them they are mortal, remind yourself your precious one isn't one of your possessions, but something given for now, not forever.
Well said.
Thanks. Oh, and I don't know if you've heard, but a few of us are going for drinks later. It'd be nice to chat with you some more.
Sounds good, I'll be
Right.
there.
See you at drinks later, I hope.
Hi there. You certainly scrub up all right. Actually, I changed my name to Cynthia. I didn't want to be associated with Sentius after what happened.
Oh.
I'm not sure if you heard, but after you drove Pluto off, Proserpina emerged from the Great Temple. She knew right away what none of us had figured out about that psychopath. He'd been keeping my little sister locked up in the upper cistern all that time. Sorry I doubted you when you weren't willing to accept she was dead. You were absolutely right. But he's been dealt with. He's... you know what? The important thing is we'll never see him again.
What are you doing with yourself?
Anything I want. I'm a woman of means in a vast new world. I can go wherever and do whatever I please. Of course, I mostly just stay in my villa and have my servant Alexa summon things for me.
Alexa!
It's just awful out there. Barbarians everywhere.
I feel that.
He's still there, all alone. The last golden statue in the underworld. Trapped in a metal shell, slowly losing his mind until the end of time.
Wonderful.
Eternal torment. Just what he deserves, if you ask me.
Definitely. Good. Nice to see you.
Too.
Oh,
See
nice
you
to meet you.
around.
Alright, that's, Georgius and Fabia. And... I'm not sure. Dominus, maybe? Who are you? Oh, it's the philosopher! Hi!
And here you are. It's wonderful to see you again.
He got what's coming. He did, for sure. It's good to see you too.
Oh, and by the way, I go by Philip now. A fine Greek name. I never thought I'd leave that cave, let alone the city. And now I'm living in the 21st century. What a time to be alive. And it seems I have your catabasis to thank for it.
Catabasis. What are you doing with yourself these days?
I'm working as a consultant to the Faculty of Classics at Cambridge University, helping fill the odd gap in their knowledge. Not that I need the money, but I do love being around enlightened minds again.
Oh, I'm so glad. Look at its little bow tie.
Remember that. I have to admit, I have been profoundly impressed by the advances humans have made these past 2 millennia. The sum total of human knowledge available at our fingertips, miraculous modern medicines, and a series of prosperous democracies. Your contemporaries have come further toward utopia than I ever thought possible, though there's still a way to go.
For sure. We'll get there one day.
I hope so.
It's good to see
My
you again.
sincere thanks once again.
Oh, I really like this ending. Hi, guys. Georgius. That's a
Greetings.
fabulous suit.
You must be the legendary Oracle. It is a sincere privilege to finally make your acquaintance. I am Georgius.
Good to see you too, Georgius.
I am told we have you to thank for freeing us from Hades, and for that I am most grateful.
What are you doing with yourself these days?
I am reacquainting myself with Greece. It has changed so much over the last 2,000 years, I barely recognize it. This is at once heartbreaking and thrilling. Perhaps one day, once I have seen all of this new Greece and sampled her delights, I will settle down in Santorini in a villa overlooking the Azure Aegean Sea. I hope you will join me there and regale me with the story of how you faced off against the fearsome god of the underworld and won.
Yeah, I will. Consider me there. Good to see you again.
You too, my friend.
Fabia.
You're the one we've been waiting for. I'm Fabia.
Hi, Fabia.
I wanted to say thanks for sending Galerius to save my life. I don't know how you knew, but I would have been crushed by that shrine for sure.
You're welcome.
I'm just so happy to be here with you and everyone together again, even if it's just for one more night.
What are you doing with yourself these days?
Well, it's not like I have to work with all the silver Charon gave me, so I just do what makes me happy. Mostly that means baking for my friends and looking at memes while binging TV shows in yoga pants. What a time to be alive.
I love it. Glad you're happy.
Thank you. I really am.
Good to see you.
You too.
Alright, then we've got Livia. Not sure who that is. That's gotta be
Some soiree, innit?
Alright, Odysseus.
Ah, hello at last. You must be the oracle I've heard so much about. I'm Dacius.
Hi, Dacius.
Listen, I wanted to express my sincere appreciation for what you did. If it wasn't for you, I'd never been able to sell all those useless old relics I accumulated. Whatever you did in that temple made me a very wealthy man. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Most gracious of you.
What are you doing with yourself these days?
I took the money I made from selling my trinkets and started investing in the stock market. That's where the real money is now. In fact, I was hoping to ask your advice, you being the oracle and future seer and all that, on which stocks I should invest in next. I can't decide between fossil fuels, tobacco, gambling and arms. What would you recommend?
Can't really see the future, I'm afraid.
Oh, don't be like that. You can tell your old pal Dacius. I won't take no for an answer.
Broadcast television is gonna be the next. Print media. DVD rentals.
Oh, of course, yeah. I was just thinking the same thing. I'll go home and buy up as much stock as I can tonight. I'm going to make a bloody fortune.
I'll be going now.
Of course, don't let me keep you. Thanks again for the tips, my friend.
Sure.
Good evening.
Octavia? I don't think I know you. Do I?
Hello. It's lovely to meet you. I've heard so much about you.
Octavia. Oh, right, yeah, she was next to the obelisk.
I'm thankful that you're here. I was sure the person who drove off the last pagan god would have more important things to do than visit the likes of us. But thank you for coming and for saving our lives. What you did was extraordinary, and I'll never forget it.
And she was Christian. What are you doing with yourself these days?
I'm living in Rome again, in a charming little flat by the Tiber. Not far from my old place. Oh, and I'm training to be a crisis counselor. After you sent Galerius to persuade Ulpius not to take his own life, I was inspired. I just want to spend the rest of my life helping people, like you helped him.
Sounds like a noble cause.
Thank you. That means a lot.
It's good to see you again.
And you.
And Olivia.
Greetings.
Good to see you looking well, Olivia.
Thank you for your kind words and for liberating us all. In all the time I was in the underworld, I never once imagined that I might end up in a place so much like Elysium.
What are you doing with yourself these days?
I'm recovering. Octavia was kind enough to let me stay with her for a while. At least until I'm well enough to be independent again.
Read any good poems lately?
Ah, you remember that. I'm a little tired of Ovid, but that's all right. I have 2,000 years worth of poetry to catch up on now. I'm already up to the 19th century, and am quite enjoying the work of a fellow named Poe. I think I may have found a kindred spirit. Men have called me mad, but the question is not yet settled whether madness is or is not the loftiest intelligence.
We love some Poe. Well said. It's good to see you again.
And you. Farewell, friend.
Alright, next we got... Oh, that's the Egyptian dude. Kabash. And then there's... Ulpius. And I don't know. Oh, are they together? I hope they're together. That's Virgil and Rufius. Ooh, I hope they're together. Eee. Kabash.
It is an honor to finally meet you, Oracle.
Thanks, Kabash.
You know my name? Oh, of course. You are an oracle. You know many things. I too would like to offer my thanks
tried
for
killing me
releasing us from that place, and for your role in bringing us here. This world is truly wondrous.
What are you doing with yourself?
For a time, I returned to Alexandria, but they have no need of another fisherman, and I came to see there is nothing for me there. Instead, I have decided to follow the custom of your youths and backpack the world. It is a great adventure, and I have met many people from many cultures. I spent the first 25 years of my life avoiding the 42 sins that would deny me access to the afterlife. Now, I think it is time I had some fun.
Sounds like you've ended.
Indeed.
Well, hold on, I think I'm gonna hiccup. I'm good. Good to see you again, Kabash. And that's the statue of Kirti. Even ran out believed by the Egyptians to ferry the deceased into the underworld, associated with death and Osiris, god of the underworld. It must be the ram. Yeah. Oh, I want to leave them till last.
We meet again.
Scintilla!
Oh, I go by Gabriella now. I didn't want to be reminded of that monster every time I heard my own name. And
Gabriella.
I wanted to say thanks, and no hard feelings, for leaving me in that cistern when you did. I know it must have been a difficult decision, but it was the right one.
I do want to go back and see what happens if I release her. What are you doing with yourself these days?
I'm living with Ulpius on a little vineyard in Umbria.
Oh yeah, they were lovers, weren't
they?
they?
More wonderful than I dreamed it would be. I'm so grateful to you for making sure he's still with us. If you're ever passing through the region, I hope you'll come and visit us. You can try some of our very own wine.
Might just do that. Good to see you
Thanks.
again.
You too.
Good to see you under better circumstances than last time.
Good to see you too.
I understand I have you to thank for sending Galerius to save my life. The way you just showed up out of the blue and stopped me from making a terrible mistake, I'll be forever in your debt.
What are you doing with yourself these days?
I'm living with Gabriella in Umbria. We finally bought the little vineyard we always dreamed of. It'll be a little while before we know what we're doing, but every day I look at her and this extraordinary new world with all its beauty, and I think, what if I'd given up hope? Missed out on all of this. So we're living each day to the fullest. And we end them all the same way, sitting together on our terrace with a glass of our wine, which the locals say is almost drinkable now, and watching the sunset over the rolling hillside. And I couldn't be happier.
I'm glad you're happy.
Thank you.
I love them.
I wouldn't be here without you.
It's good to see you all.
You too.
Rufus.
Nice to meet you.
Good to see you too, Rufus.
I go by Rufus now. New start, new name. Oh, and thanks, by the way, for what you did. Sorry, I'm no good with the mushy stuff.
What are you doing with yourself these days?
I live with Virgil in Rotterdam, not far from where he grew up. It's very modern. Destroyed in the war, and it rebuilt itself. Good place for a fresh start. Haven't decided what I'm going to do with my life yet. One adjustment at a time.
Turns out you're right, the statue's really well watching us.
Good to know. Anyway, it was good practice for the new world. Security cameras and smartphones everywhere. Got to stay vigilant.
Yes. That is unfortunately true. Good to see you again.
You too. Look us up next time you're in the Netherlands. We're grateful.
Oh, there's a fly on my desk. Ew. Alright, Virgil! Happy gate!
It's so nice to finally meet you. I've heard so much about you.
I thought he was French. Good to see you, Virgil.
I wanted to thank you personally for getting us out of there. And for helping Rufus come to terms with himself. He may come off a little gruff, but once you get past that, he's a lovely fellow.
What are you doing with yourself these days?
I'm studying to be an architect again, and living with Rufus in a beautiful flat in Rotterdam, just down the river from Nijmegen, where I grew up. Of course, it's improved immensely since I was there last. Gleaming futuristic buildings and clean streets, full of educated, accepting people. You natives of the 21st century have no idea how fortunate you are.
We have some idea. Good to see you again.
You too. As Rufus said in his own laconic way, if you're ever in the Netherlands, we'd love to show you around. It's the least we could do.
Let me take you up on that.
Hi.
Sumerian statue of Nagal, the Mesopotamian god of the dead in the underworld. Greek plaque. That's Sumerian. This is just a way for them to show off their assets, isn't it? Sins of the one shall become the suffering of the many. This is the Egyptian stuff? No. Roman. He has the Egyptian stuff. Oh. Hey, Al.
There you are. I hope you enjoyed that. Now, there's one more person I wanted to introduce you to. I think you know her.
Sorry if I frightened you. Just a little joke I've been saving for a long, long time.
I recognize that voice.
Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Proserpina, former goddess of the cycle of life and renewal, and now a regular mortal. I wanted to meet you in person, and thank you for freeing all these people, and me. I hate to think what would have happened to us without your intervention.
You were whispering to me all along?
Indeed. Suffice it to say that while Pluto was controlling the eyes and ears of each golden statue, I was able to control their tongues, and whisper to you when he was distracted. I am sorry my messages were so cryptic. There were only ever brief windows in which I could speak to you without being detected.
You did what you could, thank you. You created the time loop?
I did. I may have given up my immortality, but I still retain my gifts as the goddess of the cycle of life and renewal. After witnessing Pluto punish countless poor souls over thousands of years, I knew this generation, the final wave, would not survive. So I tried to give them a way to buy more time. A second chance. Rather, as many second chances as they needed to avoid his wrath.
What became of Pluto?
I don't know what happened to him. I haven't heard from him, and I rather hope it stays that way.
Became a Charon.
Oh, she inherited dominion over the underworld. Last time we spoke, she was working on a new world of some kind. She wouldn't say what it was, but I'd be surprised if you don't run into her again. I imagine we all will, one day.
It was nice meeting
And
you.
you, although it feels like I've known you forever. Oh, and one last thing. Do you remember all those golden statues scattered throughout the city?
Of course.
Good, because they remember you. Well done, my friend.
Oh,
Of all
yay!
the heroes who ever journeyed to the underworld and returned, none came close to achieving what you did. Hercules, Orpheus, Theseus, and Aeneas would be proud.
Oh, yay, I got the canon ending. I got an achievement popped up there. 4 of 4. Because I've got another 3 endings we could go look at. We freed everyone! Yay! Canon ending! Woo! I have to pee so bad. Development modern storyteller. Good job, Nick Pierce. That writing is fucking phenomenal. Alexander Goss, John Eyre, fantastic work. Body animation on here. This is just this is excellent. Absolutely excellent. Made it even better against the future. Yeah, I want to connect on Instagram. Follow. I'll put the socials in chat. Bear with me. So there's their Instagram. I thought I was already following the Twitter. There's the Twitter. Want to see the YouTube? What's on the YouTube? Not a lot. I'm subscribing anyway. There's the YouTube. We don't care about Facebook. Not on this channel. Right, I'm gonna would the continue go? I want to see where continue goes. If it takes me to like my last load, or if it's going to take me to like outside again. Yeah. Okay, I don't want to be here. I think I want to be at that one. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna go pee. And then I want to try out another different ending. So, I'll keep the game music on. Bear with me, actually. Alright. Let's go escape with Scintilla and see what happens.
Salve.
Salve.
You're back.
Letting you go. Let's get out of here together.
Oh, thank you. Now follow. Wait. Did you hear that? He's here. He must be coming in through the door behind me. You distract him. Stay right here and keep him talking while I look for something I can use.
What did you do with Scintilla? Where is she? So that is how it's going to be. Oh well, this doesn't change anything for me. It's a shame, really. If you'd just done what you were supposed to, you'd have been looping through time forever until you gave up and killed yourself. Just like that soft-hearted pleb, Al.
You remember Al?
Surely you didn't think you were the only one here who remembered everything. You see, my connection to the portal somehow preserves my memories from one room to the next. Whether that was Proserpina's intention or a happy accident, I'll never know. But I'm surprised you hadn't noticed. Here I was thinking you were a little bit sharper than Al was. Or perhaps you're just more willing to break the rules. He was a moralistic fellow, never once compromised on his principles. And because of that fatal flaw, he relived this day many thousands of times before we finally had this conversation. I watched him come through the portal each time, always a little older, a little more disheveled, a little more haunted. And when he finally saw the futility of it all, as you're about to, it broke him. He drank a jug of wine, tied a noose around his neck, and took his own life. Just before he was shot with a golden arrow. The next time I awoke, you showed up. But you've caught up to where he was so quickly. I'd have preferred if you'd given me more time to enjoy the trappings of my success. How many extra days did you give me? Just the 9? Not a lot compared with Al, but I've seized every day, nonetheless. In any case, there's no escape for you except the path that Al took, the path he wrote about.
Last time he said 10.
What was it? Ah, yes. Better to end it all now than find out what awaits you beyond that portal. So,
It's a good
you
thing that
discovered
it's
my
kind of cool
secret.
that he can count
So
the days.
what are you going to do about it?
Get him, Santilla! So you asked me to figure out who was going to break the renewal and fill every time. He knows the way out and even looked up your own daughter to keep a secret you're going to die.
Do you really think you can take on a Decurion with that flimsy little bow?
Probably could, but I'm going to let her have this one.
Scintilla? Where is she?
I'm right here, Father.
Okay, so she got the key.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
We have to go. Hey, what's happening to you? That light, it's so bright.
Oh, I got the paradox.
Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al.
Alworth, I came in here to find you.
Well, here I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Hoping you know who I am.
Funny you should ask. I was just reading an old tablet I found here. Well, trying. My Latin is kinda rusty, but the last entry mentioned someone with the same name. It described an event about 2,000 years ago. Someone with your name appeared in the city out of the shrine of Proserpina. Freed an imprisoned woman named Scintilla, who then murdered her captor, breaking some kind of ancient law. It said the attack caused golden statues to come alive, hunting down everyone in the city and turning them into gold. Apparently, the only person to survive was Scintilla, while the stranger disappeared in a flash of light.
Actually, that was me.
What? You're saying you were here 2,000 years ago? I'm not sure I understand.
When I first arrived in the present day, I found your corpse hanging from a noose.
I'm sorry, come again?
still have the suicide note you carved at this tablet here.
Let me see that. God, why does this writing look so familiar?
Because it's yours!
Spent a lifetime in this place, going around and around in circles. This is disturbing.
Yeah, it is.
I don't understand how I could have written it.
It's written by a different version of you, changed it passed down to your fate.
I'm not following.
I helped Scintilla kill the man who opened a time portal and drew you back in time, preventing it from ever happening.
So you're saying, because a man from 2,000 years ago is dead, he never created a time portal, so I never went through it, and that's why I don't remember any of this.
Now you get it.
I guess you saved my life then, as well as helping that poor woman to escape. That's a lot to take in.
I guess she's the only person I saved then. Which I gathered. How about we get out of this place?
Maybe we can escape through the same aqueduct Scintilla used, if we can find it.
It's right here in the cistern. Follow me. He's gonna be boarding that up. Yep.
I'm gonna pause here for a moment and...
Good idea.
You go on ahead.
And I'm gonna find, Charon. Sup, ho?
You're back.
I am.
But you're alone.
Found it.
Oh, what a relief. Thank you so much. I was beginning to think you'd both become trapped in there. Why don't you tell me what you discovered while we wait? Really? Sounds amazing. And did you... Oh, look. Here he comes. Ow. It's so good to see you. You were gone so long I thought I'd never see you again.
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found. The ruins of a long-forgotten city. And there was a tablet describing an event 2,000 years ago. Supposedly, the city was destroyed when a woman murdered a tyrant with the help of, well, my new friend here. I know how crazy that sounds.
Maybe not that crazy. That woman. I don't suppose her name was... Scintilla?
How could you... What?
She left a tablet of her own. I stumbled across it while I was waiting here. I think she meant for you to read it. Here, take a look.
Oh.
I don't know what became of you, or if you'll ever read this, but I want you to know that I will never forget you, or what you did for me. It pains me that so many dear friends were not so fortunate. Ulpius, Sentia, Lucretia, Horatius, Galerius, poor Dooley, and the others.
Poor Dooley.
But please understand, their blood is on my hands, not yours. I will live with the consequences of my actions, and all I can do is move forward, trying to show others the same compassion you showed me. I promise you that saving my life will not be for nothing. Scintilla.
Sounds like you meant a lot to her. I'd love to hear your story, but first, you two look exhausted. Why don't you hop in my boat and rest while I ferry you back to civilization?
Sounds good to me.
And you...
Yep, let's go. She looks worried about it. Do we actually go home? How many might have survived if you confronted the god of the underworld? Okay, I got the second ending. What's the first? I wonder what happens if I just kill the magistrate. I'm sorry, I've got to try it one more time. I have to. Because, like, it'll set off the golden rule, but it'll also create the time paradox, so I'll get out. Alright, one more. I don't know, I can't think of how else to create an ending. Unless I try and kill Pluto. Then that may get us trapped. Get us all trapped.
Citizen.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Wonder if that's the first ending.
Oh.
Hi.
Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al.
Hey, Al.
Well, you're... Really? I was just reading an old tablet I found here. Well, trying. My Latin is kinda rusty, but the last entry mentioned someone with the same name. It described an event about
Why do we
2,000
need Latin?
years ago.
As if Latin's just a
Someone
thing
with
you
your
know.
name appeared in the city out of the shrine of Proserpina and murdered a local magistrate, breaking some kind of ancient law. It said that the voice of a furious god rang out, and the ground trembled and statues sprang to life, firing arrows at the city's inhabitants. Apparently, as the citizens screamed and died in pain, the stranger just vanished in a flash of light.
Definitely wasn't me.
I didn't for one moment think it was, but the way you say that makes me wonder. I mean, how many people with that name could there be in this place? I don't understand how you could have been here 2,000 years ago.
I first arrived here in the present day, found you, of course, no news.
Let me see that? God, what? I've spent this is...
I'm gonna try and skip through, I just wanna...
So you're saying...
No, you get it.
I can't see it. Seems like...
Seems like we're both gonna die here. I'm sorry, I made a mistake.
A mistake? You murdered a man in cold blood, and now there's a city full of dead people. It's only a matter of time before we join them.
I guess all those old Latin inscriptions were right. Pro peccata unius multis dolabat. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Oh, we die? Well, it's a first ending, at least. Would we not be able to find the aqueduct? Oh well. Okay, that's the worst ending then. How do we get that number 3? Oh, maybe I should have read that. Please help us to avoid spoilers by not sharing content from beyond the white hallway. I mean, I won't put any screenshots on Twitter. I'm sorry. But you guys were experiencing it with me. There was no spoilers, really. Oh well. I don't know how I would... Maybe there's a different way of talking to Pluto. I don't know. That's it for now. It's the longest stream I've done for a while. It's 5.5 hours. Okay. I'm not at work tomorrow. They made me switch my non-working day to cover for another department. So I might do some extra streams tomorrow. Let me grab the Discord in case there's any lurkers who aren't around. There's a Discord invite. If you hop in there, if you want to find out when I'm going to be going live tomorrow, I usually post updates there before anywhere else. If not tomorrow, I'll see you guys. Am I doing anything on Tuesday? Are we doing something Tuesday night? Are we doing something Tuesday night?
Not that I'm aware of.
Why was I so convinced I was doing something Tuesday? Where's my journal?
Can't think of anything that's happening on the 24th, right?
No, I'm just on the rota. Okay, cool. Oh, I'll have to do my, it's Sunday, I haven't done my Bujo weekly yet. Alright, I'll have to do that tonight. Anyway, yeah, cool. Nice. Double nice. Make sure this is Tuesday. Tuesday. If it was important, I would have written it down. Yeah, okay, so I'll see you guys, tomorrow, probably. Yeah. Have a wonderful afternoon, happy weekend, happy Sunday. I'll see you guys tomorrow, maybe, or Tuesday.